How's everybody this morning? Excellent. Yeah. All right. So we're about ready to call this meeting to order. We have Member Vasquez, who is going to present a great hearing today, workshop on assessment appeals boards and all the reforms, and great opportunity for us to listen in terms of how we can hopefully make this a better working opportunity throughout the state with regards to assessment appeal boards. And on that note, why don't we go ahead and do the roll call if we could, and then we'll proceed with Member Vasquez and his agenda for today's meeting.
Good morning. Chairman Gaines.
Here.
Vice Chair Leeper.
Here.
Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
A quorum is present. And if I may, I will start with our safety and informational announcement. Welcome to the May Lee State Office Complex. In the auditorium, the exits are in the front on each side of the stage, and other exits are at the rear. Please take a moment to find the exit and location nearest to you in an emergency. I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and other wireless devices. This meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Therefore, we ask all speakers in the auditorium, on the AT&T phone line, or on a teleconference to state their names before speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly. Note that the public comments are taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant at Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T monitor. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the safety and informational announcements. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Good morning. Just a quick house rule here. I don't know who controls the air up here, but we're under these heat lamps here, and I don't know about you, but it feels a little warm in here. But so if they could adjust that, that'd be great.
Thank you. We'll work on that.
Thank you. With that, good morning and welcome to the second meeting, 2025 Assessors and Assessment Appeals Board Issues and Work Group. Thank you to my colleagues, to the honorable speakers we'll have from the county assessors today. Join us, county clerks, assessment appeal boards, the lawyers, the officers, members of the California Association of Taxpayers Advocates for your presence and your participation today. On April 30th, 2025, the board held the first meeting of the 2025 Assessor and AAB Issues Board Work Group, where participants provided significant testimony and recommendations on issues creating administrative burdens or delays for assessors, assessment appeals boards, and taxpayers. My office issued a report summarizing the testimony and provided a list of proposed short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. The board agreed to discuss and receive recommendations on the medium-term solutions for best practices. And today at this meeting, the goal of today's meeting is to receive stakeholders' input and recommendations for the actual development. Actual development of both the previously mentioned and newly proposed 4 best practices topics. And before we get into those topics, I didn't realize we needed to do the pledge this morning. Okay, if I can get everybody to stand, please. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
want to
Thank you.
apologize, Tony, for not doing that at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm sorry, I thought we took care of the,
Yeah, thank you.
is there any other, are we good?
We are good, thank you.
Okay. With that, let me get back. I was mentioning the goal of today's meetings is to receive stakeholders' input and recommendations for the actual development of both the previously mentioned and newly proposed four best practices topics. And they are, number one, the AAB member recruitment and training. Second, the AAB applications and applicant resources. Third, the AAB scheduling and procedures. And fourth, the AB 1879 implementations, e-signatures, and possible expansions to the AABs. All speakers invited are experts in their fields and will play a vital role here today. We want to hear from the observations and experiences, and most importantly, your recommendations. I'll repeat that, your recommendations on how the board can assist in achieving best practices. Our board clerk will call each of the four agenda items as we proceed and will introduce, and I will introduce each of the speakers. We ask speakers, whether presenting remotely, online, or in person, to be mindful of the recommended time allotments so that we can ensure that everyone will be heard. Board members may ask follow-up questions, and we'll be taking public comments as well. So we anticipate a full day of detailed discussion. Thank you for your cooperation. And now let me just turn to my colleagues to see if anybody has any opening remarks before we get going with the speakers. I'll turn to my colleagues, and it looks like we're all good. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would please call our first agenda item.
Our first agenda item is best practices, AAB member recruitment and training.
Best practices for the AAB members recruitment training. The topic introduction, item 2 is related to the AAB member recruitment and training. Back in April, we heard testimony that recruitment and training is a persistent issue due to many factors, including variations in county resources, disparities in the availability of pool of qualified and interested AAB candidates, the nature of AAB membership as a part-time position, and the need to increase access to trainings on substantial and procedural issues. In preparing for this meeting, we heard many of the recommendations that we would like you to bring forward for all you to hear. And we also sent everyone a memo with links to the existing BOE guidance and resources on some of these issues, in case you have recommendations for ways to supplement or enhance this guidance. With that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, and that is Thomas Parker, the AAB County Council Assessment and Appeals Board for Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. And I believe he's remote. Is that correct? Okay.
This is Ms. Taylor. Appears they're having some technical difficulties. It'll be just a moment. Mr. Parker, perhaps you'd be able to turn on your camera and unmute yourself? Mr. Parker, I would recommend leaving the Teams environment and rejoining, and perhaps that will fix the technical issue.
Is she on? Maybe while we're waiting, when we go, I think Jennifer Tran is available, if he doesn't come on here. And we can come back to Mr. Parker. Is Jennifer Tran, are you able to log in with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me clearly? Let me
I-
turn on my camera.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Give me a moment so I can share my screen.
Thank you. And Jennifer
Are you
Tran is
able-
also with the LA County Board of Supervisors. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Jennifer Tran, and on behalf of LA County's Executive Officer of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Edward Yan, thank you once again for this opportunity to share LA County's assessment appeals practices before you. Please note that I will be covering all agenda items during this presentation. In response to Agenda Item 2, in 2021, with the implementation of AAB's virtual hearing platform, LA County was able to increase the number of board hearings from 5 to 8 boards per day. To fill our board member vacancies, LA County published the vacancy announcement on various newspapers and posted on multiple employment websites. The bulletin was also posted on our public website and was distributed to current county employees and with the Employee Retirement Association for potential referrals. Additionally, we also reached out to various local CPA and bar associations, the Appraisal Institute, and licensed real estate brokers and agents. LA County offers a two-part training curriculum for board members. As part of onboarding new board members, we provide an electronic copy of the AAB Board Member Manual, which provides a comprehensive guide on the state and local property tax and assessment appeals rules. The onboarding training also includes job shadowing or observing at hearings before they are scheduled to sit on the panel, and the completion of the required self-study certification. As part of the board members' continuous education, we also offer the mandatory quarterly training led by our county counsel, Mr. Thomas Parker, to provide legal guidance and interpretation, focus training topics on questions or issues encountered at the hearings, as well as various case study review of prior appeals. Additionally, we have invited subject matter experts to provide trainings which include guest speakers from the Appraisal Institute. To promote collaboration and knowledge sharing, we also offer on-the-job training or workshops in which board members share their knowledge and expertise and experience with their peers. To enhance the statewide AAB board member training, we recommend for the BOE to sponsor an annual conference for networking and training purposes, which may include virtual workshops with subject matter experts, AAB members, or county councils from various counties as guest speakers. We also recommend establishing an AAB registry for interested board members who can temporarily assist other counties. It is important to have clear guidelines to establish communication standards between the counties when coordinating the board members' availability. And lastly, participating counties should also provide their specific guidelines on their hearing procedures and other relevant information. With regards to agenda item 3, in addition to community and public outreach, we also conduct a monthly virtual public education seminar with approximately 85 attendees per session. At the seminar, an assessor representative is always available to address any questions from the attendees. And to quickly show our AEB resources page or center, we have this resource center page, which serves as the central repository of various video tutorials, forms, FAQs, reference guides, as you can see here, and also related or links to property tax departments and, of course, the BOE or the State Board of Equalization website. As you can see on the video library shown on the screen, you will find our AEB video tutorials, such as how to file an assessment appeal application online or have an understanding of the assessment appeals process. These video tutorials are accessible via YouTube to help ensure easy and equal access to information. Using the closed caption feature, the user may select the desired language for translation. We also develop tutorials on how to enable closed caption using your PC or laptop or using a mobile device. For the purpose of the quick demo, I'll be selecting the video tutorials on the common types of appeals since it is one of our shortest video tutorial available. So as you could see on the screen, all you need to do is click on the settings, click on subtitles, and then select auto translate. And you could select the desired language that you need language assistance on. So for the purpose of this demo, I will select Spanish. Select that Spanish. Enable the closed caption feature by clicking on the CC link. And then you can play the video and notice the closed caption picture.
There are 4 common types of appeals: decline in value, base year value, calamity reassessment, role changes, or escape assessment. Decline in value appeals. If you believe the market value of your property is lower than the assessed value, you can file a decline in value appeal for the current year. Base year value appeals. Under California property tax law, known as Proposition 13, the assessor must determine the base year value of your property when it is purchased or when it is newly constructed. However, if you don't agree with the reassessed base year value, please contact the assessor to resolve the issue and file an assessment appeals application. Calamity appeals. If a natural disaster or other calamity has damaged your property, the assessor's office will mail you a reassessment notice. If you disagree with the proposed value, you must file your appeal within 6 months of the mailing notice or the postmark date of the notice, whichever is later. Role change or escape assessment appeals. In general, these are assessments for events that happened in prior years but were not discovered timely by the assessor. Role change is the role correction appeals when the assessor has changed the value on a prior year's role. Escape assessment is for appeals on the value for property which the assessor discovered that was underassessed or not assessed on a prior year's role. For instance, a swimming pool was built in September 2010, but the assessor did not assess the value of the pool until September 2012. This is an escape assessment, which will cause a role change to a prior year. For more information, please visit our website, https://bos.lacounty.gov/services/assessment-appeals/.
Okay. One notable impact of these video tutorials is the decreased number of inquiries received telephonically and in person. Additionally, with the language translation capability through the use of closed caption, we noted a dramatic decrease in inquiries received requiring Spanish language assistance on key topics already covered by the available video tutorials. Last year, our resource center received nearly 21,000 visitors. Based on our website analytics, while most of our website visitors came from LA County residents, we also received website hits coming from other counties, including Santa Clara, San Diego, San Francisco, and Ventura counties. Language accessibility. Additionally, our websites offer the language translation tool to help translate the website content. However, please note that this feature does not include translation of PDF forms or documents posted on the website. As shown on the table, last year, there were nearly 53,000 visitors who accessed our AAB websites or web pages. As shown on this table, nearly 3,500 visitors used the translation tool for Spanish language assistance, followed by Chinese translation at nearly 2,900. While our video tutorials are accessible to the public and of course to all counties, the BOE may consider developing video tutorials that are non-county specific. We also recommend a more simplified appeals application form. For instance, for single-family residents, the applicant may be able or can skip sections that do not apply to their appeal. Lastly, we encourage communication between the AABs and stakeholders to discuss key status and identified issues on appeals and refund processes. For instance, in LA County, the property tax departments, which includes AAB, the assessor's office, auditor controller, and treasurer tax collector, meet with the CADA members on a quarterly basis to discuss appeal and refund matters. On agenda item 4, as previously shared during the last work group meeting, LA County uses various reports and analytics to monitor application trends and status, particularly for scheduling purposes. Due to the high volume of appeals received annually, we schedule our applications based on different parameters, such as region, property type, or even issues appealed on. We provide a listing of open applications to the assessor's office based on these groupings or categories. Then the assessor provides us with the list of applications that they are working on or in communication with the applicant or agent. This helps our team, AAB, identify the applications that are ready to move forward for scheduling. As shown on this page, this collaboration has been instrumental for LA County on the dramatic closure of our backlog appeals. As of September 2nd, 81% of the total open applications by the end of fiscal year 2021-22 have been closed, in addition to closing the current applications. With our scheduling strategies, it also helps us with the decrease in the hearing continuance rate as shown on the left side chart. Please note that starting January 2025, we have reduced the number of board hearings from 8 to 5 boards per day due to the immediate resource shift in response to the recent firestorm emergency. And as shown on the pie chart on your right, 34% of the hearing continuances were from status hearings or requests for status hearing. Last year, over 1,700 applications were scheduled for status hearings with a 39% closure rate at the hearing. We recommend for the BOE to conduct a study on how to further expedite the appeals resolution. For instance, establishing the guidelines for the board when granting continuance requests. Additionally, LA County supports a statewide portal with the state's funding support to cover for consultant fees to gather the county's system requirements and the costs for system development, implementation, support and maintenance, as well as future system upgrades and enhancement. Lastly, on the implementation of e-signatures, LA County AAB currently accepts e-signatures for online appeals filing using a two-part authentication process. Online filing also requires submission of the scanned or electronic agent authorization form. The applicant is also aware that the board or hearing clerk may request for the copy of the authorization form with the wet signature at the hearing. And that concludes my presentation. And again, thank you for this opportunity to speak before the board.
Thank you, and thank you for pinch hitting here and coming up ahead of Mr. Parker. I know you went through all the items that we're going to be discussing today. Really appreciate it. I had just a couple quick questions, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues in case they might have some questions. You know, in your presentation, you emphasized the importance of collecting data in all of these work group topics, such as finding bottlenecks in LA County's AAB process and identifying AAB members' training needs. Based on your experience, if the BOE were to look into helping counties with collecting data, for example, helping to identify the varying training needs of AAB members in different counties, what matrix would be most important for us to make note of?
So for the LA County, we started with the hiring of our business process improvement consultant back in 2022. And one of the identified issues or inefficiencies was, of course, the need to automate our manual processes to streamline the appeals process. One of the key metrics that LA County started tracking after those recommendations is identifying the status of each appeal and the property types of the open appeals so we can monitor our closure rate. Another key metrics that are important for AAB, for LA County, especially for our scheduling, is to be able to identify the hearing outcomes based on the number of scheduled agendas and the hearing outcomes of how many of these scheduled applications were closed, continued, and even postponed, and also the different reasons for continuances. We shared that information with, of course, our stakeholders, both the public and, of course, or the taxpayers' advocates, and, of course, the assessor's office for like an FYI for the reference. And we discuss also our status and our findings with County Council so we can identify the areas or reasons for this continued applications or hearings. So those are the key metrics that are very valuable for LA County.
Thank you. And real quick, what you think the BOE can do to help facilitate the sharing of training information between counties?
One of the recommendation I presented earlier is the hosting or sponsoring of the BOE for annual conference, maybe, have all the AEBs get together, the board members, and have guest speakers and from different counties, AEB members, county council AEBs, and of course, some of the key experts or subject matter experts to provide trainings on best practices, appraisal concepts, etc. Because that had been very helpful for LA County, and it will benefit all the counties if there is a statewide training.
Thank you. With that, let me look. I see some hands here. We'll go ahead and start with our chair, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was excellent, and I was surprised that you've got folks from other counties that are using your website as a resource. And I was just curious as to, are you able to figure out if those are county residents or are they staff from other counties that are looking for information with regards to AAB?
Unfortunately, sir, our data analytics, our website data analytics can only identify the location of the IP addresses of,
Okay.
when they start the website.
Okay, and then I guess question number 2 would be, could we have a link on our website that would link to LA counties for folks that might have questions about appeals?
I see our executive director coming up.
Good morning, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Let me speak with our technology partner to see if that's possible. But I will say that we also have a video on assessment appeal process and common topics.
Okay, all right, I'm just
Okay.
thinking that there's so much breadth in terms of what LA County is providing that if we could be a conduit to help folks answer questions that might answer some of the kind of basic appeal questions that they still have to go through their own county, but it might just be educational in nature, helpful.
Yeah, we should be able to do a link of some sort.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Thanks. I know Vice Chair Lieber had some questions as well.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Tran. And I had a question. You talked about the self-certification, and can you tell us a little bit more about how that works? And then also that LA County has monthly virtual workshops, and are those also open to the public, or is that within the AAB for LA County?
Just to clarify, you're asking about the public education seminar
Well, I
or the
think
train?
what I wrote down was monthly virtual workshop. So
Okay,
is
so
that a monthly public education seminar?
yes, so there are two different seminars. We have the one open to the public, which is our virtual public education seminar, and also the training. We have trainings for our board members. That's why I asked for clarification. But yes, the monthly public education seminar is open to the public. There were a few instances where attendees from other states have attended, and I would say one or two from other counties. I just don't have the data with me as of the exact location or geographic, but it is open to the public.
And
And
you said 1 to 2 people from other counties have?
yes, have joined previously, looked or participated in our virtual hearing. I mean, a virtual public education seminar.
Okay,
So it is open to the public.
okay. And the self-certification?
Oh, yes. That is, Ms. Lieber, that is the State Board of Equalization's mandatory self-certification where they need to take that exam and pass it to be certified as an AAB board member.
And so you're providing your own training from within LA County for that?
We provide them the state, the AAB board manual includes both the state and local property tax rules and assessment appeals rules. And so they review the information provided by the state to be able to successfully complete the self-evaluation certification. And then to complement that onboarding training, we also allow them to observe and shadow during the hearing before they are scheduled to be a board panel. Once they are scheduled on the board panel, then we have the enhanced training or continuous education training for the board members, which includes our workshops where our board members collaborate and share their knowledge, experience, and expertise with each other. And we also have our mandatory quarterly training for legal guidance, interpretation that is led by our county counsel, Mr. Thomas Parker.
Okay, great. So I think we'll hear a little bit more about that from Mr. Parker. But basically, the piece of it that is specific to LA County would be the monthly training and the shadowing. Am I understanding that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have a quick question from our Deputy Controller, then we'll move on to our next speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I'll be very quick here. I'm very pleased about the backlog closure, almost at 81%, and now you've gotten backlogs down to about 5,848. Do you know how many of these backlogs have been 5, 10 years or longer?
I would say a good 25%, I would say. Those have,
At 5 years or
Right.
10 years?
I would say 5 to 10 years. And the reason being is 30%, 30 to 35% of our backlog appeals are in either litigation or just highly complex cases that have been often continued at the later date
Do you have
because
some,
of the complexity of the
do you-
appeal.
any that are over 10, 15 years, maybe 20?
No, not 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Were we able to get Mr. Parker back on? Mr. Parker, are you available?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Vasquez.
We can hear you loud and
And
clear, so thank you for coming back. I think I'd mentioned to the folks, once again, that you're also from the county Board of Supervisors as well, LA County. Let me let you go ahead and give your little presentation, and I know we have some questions for you.
yes, sir, I wear two hats today, as you just related to. One is as needed, a CCBSA spokesperson, but I am also a spokesperson for LA County in particular. We touching on what just recently was raised by questions from your board a little bit. The topics that in the quarterly trainings that County Council provides training on are on topics requested by the Assessment Appeals Board. The Assessment Appeals Board in Los Angeles takes questions throughout each quarter from panel members and or clerks on particular areas of AAB appeal matters where a lot of questions have come up. AAB members don't feel as comfortable as they would like to when they are addressing those topics in their appeal hearings. And so they will communicate with Savannah Hartunians, my associate, and myself. Could you please present a training on topics X, Y, and Z? And they're going to vary, needless to say, given the variety of things we hear in Los Angeles. And so we will prepare legal trainings on the requested topics. For instance, the upcoming training, September 22nd, is we're going to be presenting on burden of proof, burden of production, and a presentation on the very recently decided California Supreme Court case, the Olympic and Georgia case, as to what the Cal Supreme Court decided in that litigation. And of course, answer any questions on those three topics. So that's an example, and those are all at the request of the AAB executive. In the past, other topics have included a presentation on intangibles and how to run a board meeting. What management control does an AAB panel chairperson have over the proceedings that they're hearing? Those are just some other examples among many. Regarding retention, recruitment and retention, I will say from what I have seen as counsel, the specialized provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code 1624.1 regarding former assessor employees and the expanded provisions of 1624.05C as in Charlie regarding what qualifications allow for someone to be considered for appointment have been exceedingly helpful with Los Angeles in getting additional applications which are qualified under state law. And we have successfully over the past 3 years expanded from, I believe, 30 some board members to 8 panels and 54 or so panel members. So the experience of Los Angeles with those two provisions has been exceedingly helpful to LA in expanding its AAB panel member pool. I would also offer that an LTA regarding clarification of existing law on the ability of one county to get the temporary services of another county's AAB members would be very helpful from a legal perspective. Rule 308.6 already exists and allows for that procedure where there are cases of conflict, as described in your state board rule. And there have been at least 2 occasions where Los Angeles has used those provisions. One was when an AAB board member was appealing their own assessment. The other was when a in-house counsel for the assessor's office was appealing the base year value assessed to his single-family residence. We use 308.6, but I know there are other counties that are smaller, more rural counties in Mr. Gaines' jurisdiction that are having trouble getting a replacement AAB members. And I fully acknowledge as well that there are provisions already in state law for multi-county boards, but from my personal experience from talking to AAB councils, the counties have not, other counties have not been interested in utilizing that statutory scheme. So as I say, an LTA from the state board discussing their interpretation, your interpretation of existing state law on this question would be very helpful. And those are the points I would offer on item 2 of your agenda, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you. I'll be glad to take any questions, of course.
Thank you, and I know you'll be available to add or to weigh in as we hear from other speakers on the other topics. But let me just start with one quick question, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. The BOE has some AAB member training resources available, and the LA County has its own fully developed training program. From your experience in developing and conducting training in LA County, are there ways that the BOE can be more helpful in getting its training resources and programs out in front of the AAB members?
Well, I would echo the idea, the recommendation of Ms. Tran a few minutes ago regarding an annual SBE conference of AAB members, AAB staff, and AAB council. That would be one great way. I'm not a public information officer for the state board, and I've never fulfilled that function for anyone. I would suggest that the state board might talk to the PIOs who work for your board in particular, or the state of California, and see if they have ideas on how state board materials could be better known, as it were. And I would perhaps as well, counties could be requested to add state board materials to their county websites. That's another possible idea. I'm not a techie whiz, so I'm not going to offer any opinions on the technical aspects of that, but assuming that's possible, that would be another option, sir.
Thank you. And I see our Chair Gaines, I think, has a question.
Wait. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Parker. And I was just curious on the LTA. I wanted to get clarification on what you're recommending. Was that specific to multi-county ABBs?
No, sir. Let me be clear, and I apologize
AABs,
if I
excuse me.
wasn't clear. It would be the multi-county AAB statutory scheme in the Rev and Tax Code depends upon 2 or more counties being interested in formally creating that multi-county AAB. What I'm hearing anecdotally from AAB councils, especially up north in your jurisdiction, sir,
Mhm.
is that for whatever reason that I'm not privy to, county boards up there are not interested in forming formal multi-county AABs as state law allows. So the question becomes, when County X is short of AAB members because the relatively few folks who are interested and willing to do that function have decided to retire for whatever reason, how do they get their AAB hearings heard within the 1604 timeframe? And that's what I'm referring to with this LTA recommendation, sir, that there be an interpretation or clarification of existing state law, whether or not County A could call on County B to have a County B AAB member sit on a County A panel. Right now, you won't find any state law or any state board reg or any state board interpretive document that discusses whether or not that is possible under existing law. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm wondering, just a question of clarification for me in terms of the BOE. Maybe the executive director could help me with this in terms of classes, opportunities to provide classes for AABs through the BOE.
Good morning, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. On August 1st, we opened our classes up to all AAB members. We sent a letter to the association, the Clerks of the Board Association, asking them to share the various links of our classes and all of our technical classes. Plus, we included information on our website on basic informational sheets. So it is available to them, and we're waiting on them to register.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'd be great to monitor that and keep an eye on it, but I'm just curious as to, do we offer a class that would be specific for an AAB member?
We have our AA Assessment Appeal Board manual, which Ms. Tran referenced in her presentation, and it is a self-study course.
Okay.
The law provides that when you have a newly appointed AAB member, that member must attend training, must either do BOE's training or the county training. And it sounds like LA County has a combination of their training and our training. Regardless of which training they take, they must complete the certification test. And that's the test that Ms. Tran was talking about.
Okay. I'm just curious, part of my concern is that you have the small counties, you're struggling to find people to serve on the AABs, and then you've got the training on top of it. So I'm trying to figure out a pathway that would be simpler for smaller counties, because if you're already having problems recruiting, then are you going to be able to then train also? I mean, if you can't even get members to serve, how are we going to breach that?
I think that's why
Yeah.
we've gone with the self-study, so that they can train at their own pace.
Okay. All right. Very good. And that's developed by the BOE?
That's developed by the BOE.
Okay. All right. So I guess maybe we need a little time to figure out how many folks are going to sign up for the classes that are
Right,
currently
I think we need to see how many sign up, some of these classes, correct me Dave if I'm wrong, they may be 40 hours. So I don't know their time commitment.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But these classes are in-person classes or virtual classes.
Okay,
And we
40
do have-
hours?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. We've actually offered our full catalog of training. You're able to sign up for full in-person 40 or 32-hour classes. Our online study options are available. We've opened up your ability to actually take our classes through our Sac State and through a community college. And we actually have self-study options too, where they can actually take written material, read it, and take our exams for that. So it's our whole catalog of training that's available to AAB members now.
Okay, I'm just concerned again about the hurdles.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty big hurdles to get over, and I'm wondering if there's some sort of abbreviated version that'd be simpler for a member in a small county
Yeah.
to achieve.
I share your concern. I actually believe our certification exam, by statute, you actually have a year to complete it.
Okay.
And it is self-paced. It's basically a guide through our own assessment appeals manual, and it has different chapters of content, and you actually take exams through the whole course. So you have a whole year to do so.
How many hours would it take for someone to go through that on a self-service basis?
On a self-service basis, I believe that if you were to dedicate yourself and sat down and do it, you can probably do it within a week. But you do have the option of taking it through the course of the whole year.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many hours a week if you did it in a week?
I'm sorry.
Is it truly 40?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if you sat down, you can probably do it in 40 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you got a year to do it. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I know we have our next speaker, but we have a couple more questions. I know Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. A question for Mr. Young. The training for that, is that only for individuals who are already on an AAB, or they're contemplating going on an AAB, and then presumably they'd be interviewed at some level about, do you have any expertise or I mean, I know the categories that an individual could fit within, but is it open to people who want to try before they go on an AAB?
To be quite frank with you, most of the people that have availed themselves of it, they've already interviewed and are already functioning as an AAB member, and then they have to get a certification. We have yet to have anybody that is not on the board asked to take the class, and so we haven't actually answered that just yet. Right now, it is a self-paced, but we actually do have to go through and actually grade and correct the exam. So it's a little balance of what the benefit is to somebody who wants to do it and extra workload on staff. But right now, we have not had that situation appear just yet.
Okay. And a question for Mr. Parker. You talked about, say, County A has lost critical members of their AAB, and how can they avail themselves of help from another county, but maybe the Board of Supervisors doesn't wish to. So then what do the advocates do who have a case that's attempting to work its way through that county?
Well, ma'am, one option is to have the applicant and the assessor stipulate to a 2-person panel as opposed to a 3. The normal panel is, as I know your board knows, 3 persons, and every applicant has an absolute right to a 3-person panel. However, the parties can stipulate if they wish to do so. It's rare, but I'm not going to say it never happens, to a two-person panel. The thing to remember is that regardless of whether you have a 2 or 3-person panel, you have to have 2 votes in favor of a particular determination of value. So if you only have a 2-person panel, it's got to, both of those members have to agree on the answer. Whereas with a 3-person panel, you can have a dissenter on the final determination. But it's the bigger import of your question is a very important thing. And that's a problem that I know at least one county up north is dealing with. They are trying to meet the Section 1604 2-year deadlines, but they're having a heck of a time finding anybody to fill out a 3-person panel. And I've talked with the AAB council for that county. I will not name that county, except to say it is in Mr. Gaines' jurisdiction. And I did not have a good answer.
So that's one of 34, just to clarify.
Yes, I realize, sir, you have a lot of counties, but it's somewhat up north. I will say it's north of Sacramento County for what it's worth.
And so then if the BOE were to do an LTA to further inform assessors and by extension, county boards of SUPs about the ability to borrow members from another county, do you feel that they're sufficiently unaware of that the LTA would be helpful? Or, I mean, it would be awkward to say, you need to do this to move your work along, or we're going to have some kind of a shotgun wedding here.
Well, what I'm suggesting, Ms. Lieber, is what I will call your classic LTA format, where the royal you, the Board of Equalization, interprets existing law. And if the Board of Equalization and their lawyers concluded that County A could borrow somebody from County B to get a 3-person panel together to hear the appeals in County A, then I'm very sure that when the issue comes up, the AAB council in County A is either going to call me up and ask my thoughts, or they're going to do their research, including on the state board website, and they're going to see the LTA that your board has issued. So they will have an answer to the question.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I might. The requested trainings on various topics that you talked about, those sounded very in-depth and quite interesting. So are those open to AAB members from other counties, or is that just strictly within LA?
That's a little tricky, Ms. Lieber. For the most part, they are generic legal trainings, but there may be once in a while minor aspects of the training material that we prepare that is more attorney-client privilege, at least in Los Angeles. For instance, the Olympic and George case that we'll be briefing the AAB on September 22nd. Most of that is simply, this is what the Supreme Court said. Anyone could read the opinion and find out what the Supreme Court said. But there may be an element or two where we offer, Ms. Hartunians and myself, offer a little bit of attorney-client legal advice, or we get, or is also quite common, we will get questions from our AAB panel members that go to some degree into the attorney-client privilege realm. And so that's why I'm being a little cautious in answering to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we have one last question. Is this of Mr. Parker, Mr. Schaefer? Can we hold that until we get the next speaker up? Appreciate it. Because I know we have Ann Moore, who's also online from San Diego, and I don't want to hold her up. Appreciate it. You could just hold your question here. Our next speaker is Ann Moore, the Assistant Clerk of the Board of Supervisors from the San Diego County. She's participated back in April and is appearing remotely today. Ms. Moore, thank you for your time and for your participation. And I understand that you'll be speaking on more than just one of these topics, so you'll be given a little bit more time. And really appreciate the fact that you're able to join us and stay with us for a little bit. With that in mind, let me have you go ahead and make your presentation, and then I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. Thank you for joining us.
And do you want me to touch on all the topics now or just recruitment and training?
You know what? Why don't we start with the first one?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning, honorable members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In San Diego, we're fortunate to have a relatively large candidate pool, and I know that smaller counties are not so fortunate, but even so, recruitment is still a challenge. But the greater difficulty for us is retention and member preparedness. New members quickly realize the complexity of the quasi-judicial determinations that they're tasked with, such as those on evidentiary sufficiency or good cause, without the benefit of legal training. That pressure leads to turnover and uneven decision-making across the boards. We are fortunate to have strong support from County Council, and we do provide regular training, but board members continue to look for more. As we've heard, other counties like LA have developed recorded materials that ideally could be shared more broadly. The problem is that some of those programs reflect the unique practices and structures of the county that's created them. What's missing is a universal resource that any board member in any county can use and trust is applicable to them. And that's where I see the BOE playing a central role. While the LTAs and the assessment appeals manual are useful, they're written in a more formal legal language and are not always a practical tool for local board members who don't have a legal background. To take one example, the concept of good cause is a term of art in the courts with defined elements, yet a board member appointed under the real estate broker qualification has no training in applying that standard. They are still expected to make legally defensible determinations that could be appealed to Superior Court. That's why San Diego strongly supports annual or recorded training modules developed and delivered at the state level, tailored for both attorney and non-attorney board members. One idea we believe would be particularly valuable is an annual case law briefing led by BOE attorneys. San Diego is fortunate to have annual case law updates from County Council, but many counties do not. And this is one resource that our board members utilize heavily. A statewide briefing would build confidence and consistency across boards, particularly on complex topics such as Prop 19 appeals. Offering on-demand modules and plain language guidance would allow members to revisit materials whenever needed, ensuring they're informed and confident in their decisions. Counties are doing their best to fill the gaps, but the absence of a consistent statewide approach leaves members unevenly prepared. So we would ask that the BOE take the lead in developing some statewide training in partnership with the counties and CCBSA. One effective vehicle for this would be updated letters to the assessor that incorporate these best practices in plain language. This collaboration would set a consistent foundation while respecting local circumstances, ensuring that every county, regardless of size or resources, has well-trained, confident board members. And I'll take questions on that.
With that, let me go ahead. I'll start with our chair, and then I know Member Schaefer had a question as well.
Assessor's office participate. I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave, if you have a quick question or answer for that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I did not hear the totality of your question.
I was inquiring as to the average attendance at these courses that we're offering. I saw 85 mentioned. I imagine it varies substantially, but would you know?
Yes, so the majority of our courses, whether it's in person or online, right now it's somewhere right around 40 participants per class. When it's remote, we may have a little bit more leeway in adding a couple more, but we find that anything much more than 40 tends to be a little bit harder for our staff to convey our thoughts to the attendees and for it to be a good learning experience. But on average, somewhere around 40.
Do they always get a representative of the assessor's office? I think that's important.
Most of our courses are, we do have some members of our own staff attend, but the majority of them are actually the assessors and their staff that are attending our courses. Yes.
Thank you. Chair Gaines, I believe, has a
Great.
question for
Yeah,
our
thank
speaker.
you. Yeah, I want to thank Ann Moore for her presentation, and I just wanted to see if maybe you could expand on simplifying the manual for AABs for members. Can you tell me, just dive a little deeper in terms of what you think should happen?
There are concepts in there, like I think good cause is a really good example. Good cause in the court system is something that every attorney understands. There's 5 elements that are generally the courts are look for, such as timeliness and whether it impacts the hearing at, that we're focused on. That's not something that your average real estate broker or retired assessor would know. And so when those board members are appointed, there are legal standards that they're being asked and looked to apply that they don't have experience or understanding. Frankly, even understanding that there is a legal term of art in the phrase good cause. And while we are fortunate here in San Diego that our county counsel is present in every hearing, I know that a lot of the smaller counties are lucky if county counsel is available by email, if at all, or if they have experience in assessment appeals. And I think that it would be really critical for those smaller counties to have more resources, more in-depth examples in plain language of, for example, what does good cause look like? What is not good cause? What are you looking for? What do you need to have on the record or in your minute orders? What do you need to mention, or how do you weigh good cause in plain language that somebody who does not have a legal background could understand?
Good, excellent. That's kind of what I've been thinking about too, and I'm sure other members here. But I'm wondering through Member Vasquez, who's leading this effort today, if that's something we could take a look at, getting input from different counties on what that manual should look like with a focus on the smaller counties. I think Vice Chair Lieber, we're kind of in the same boat in terms of, do we have, are we training folks in the right way, and what can the BOE do to help in that regard, especially for small counties? And then if I could, Ms. Moore, if you could tell me a little bit about the LTA suggestion. You mentioned, giving updates through LTAs with regards to AAB members. What would that look like?
Just currently, our LTAs are not always easy to understand for every board member. And when we search LTAs, there may be multiple LTAs that you can find that are either conflicting because one is newer and supersedes another one. And so the hope is that when we provide LTAs to our members, that they could be in plain language that is easier for them to understand as well.
Okay, and that raises another question in terms of if we have an updated LTA, are we referencing the old LTA that has been updated, just for clarity?
Yes, usually when we issue an LTA that supersedes a prior LTA, we will actually make note on that new LTA, and then we will go back and annotate the old LTA and say this section has been superseded, or if that old LTA is no longer applicable, we will make
Okay.
note that that LTA has
Okay.
been, in total, has been superseded.
And do you think we could take a look at using more plain language with respect to AAB members specifically? Because they're not, they're not trained appraisers, you know,
No.
we've got members of the public that are
Yeah,
volunteering and helping
yeah.
out, so.
As a matter of practice, we try as hard as possible to convey sometimes very difficult appraisal, assessment, and other legal concepts in as plain language as possible. Our goal is always to make it clear and concise. If we can make it clear and concise and in plain language and reaches the broadest audience, we absolutely will do so.
That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And to get back to your question real quick, Member Chair Gaines, I hope, you know, we could take advantage of these large counties like San Diego and LA that could share and be a resource for especially some of the smaller rural counties.
Sure, that's great. Thank you.
With that, seeing no other questions, I just had a quick one for you, Ms. Moore. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and I know you'll be with us a little longer, but kind of touching on what the chair just brought up is on the AB member training programs. As I look at LA has developed quite a bit on this because it's a large county with resources, and San Diego's kind of in the same situation. What are some of the things that you think are helpful, that could be helpful to some of the AAB members?
I definitely think if we can provide training on some of the more complex assessment types, when we start talking about like real property, and I mean, even our boards who receive annual training by our county council, and then we also provide some lunch and learns for our board members during the spring. Even when they get an aviation or a boat appeal, there's always questions because, you know, these are not the vanilla appeals that are more easily understood. And I think that if there were some resources, I think videos that people could watch real time on some of those more complex topics, I think that would be just absolutely critical for some of the smaller counties that don't have the availability of county council that us larger counties have.
Thank you. And I know we'll be hearing from you a little bit later again. Really appreciate the fact that you're able to stay with us and join us today. With that, I notice, at least I'm looking on the schedule here, we're scheduled for a break, but I was wondering are we able to roll to just get to this next one? Because I know this next speaker is here in person, I believe. Is that a possibility? Appreciate it. Our next speaker is our Deputy Counsel Assessment Appeals Board from Santa Clara, and I believe it's Javed Mavandi. Is he? Oh, here he is, okay. Who is in person and will also participated back in April and provided several recommendations that we're considering today. Thank you for coming back and joining us today. And I understand that you wish to present on actually more than one of the topics today. So with that, let me just, we'll give you full allotment so you can get into the other issues as well before we take our lunch break.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Good morning, Chairperson Gaines, honorable members of the Board of Equalization. Bhavita Madhvani, Deputy County Counsel for the County of Santa Clara. I'm one of the attorneys in our county who advise the county's Assessment Appeals Board. Thank you for inviting Santa Clara County to participate in the second round of this work group. We're excited to continue partnering with the board as it considers best practices for assessment appeals boards across the state. As Member Vasquez indicated, I am hoping to address agenda topics 2, 3, and 4 at this time, if that's acceptable to the board. Regarding agenda topic 2 for AAB member recruitment and training, first for member recruitment, in Santa Clara County, we have 4 3-member AAB panels and 2 value hearing officers. So that's 14 positions we attempt to fill with qualified individuals, which is a difficult task when their expertise should ideally include things like valuations ranging from residential to complex commercial, agriculture, possessory interests, real property. And on top of that, Santa Clara County is a very diverse county. And one of the things we are very passionate about is ensuring that AABs reflect the composition of the community that they serve. And so our first recommendation on this topic is that the board should use its resources and influence to encourage counties to maintain a pool of AAB members that reflect the composition of the communities that they serve, including those who may not traditionally seek appointment to county boards. So examples of such efforts could include outreach to affinity groups for attorneys, appraisers, CPAs, real estate agents, educating their members about not just the opportunity of serving on an AAB, but also what are the benefits of serving on these local boards and how does it serve their communities. I think a lot of folks within these occupations may not have even heard of these opportunities, let alone understand the benefits that can come to them or their community by participating. Regarding member training, the types of cases AABs hear vary widely, as we've heard, but there are some consistencies across the state in categories of properties. So things like residential, commercial, vacant land, agriculture, real property, aviation, boating. Currently, the Board of Equalization website section for training for AAB members includes the Assessment Appeals Manual, as you've heard, and a set of self-study review questions. Then there's a separate section of the Board of Equalization website regarding assessor materials, which contains a real myriad of information. But if you just click on the section for AAB members, it has the more limited subset. And so I think in line with other recommendations the board has heard today, we recommend that the board should create training specifically for AAB members to inform their legal and value decisions. And so that could be looking at each of these various types of common property types and then highlighting the key factors to consider. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an in-depth 20 to 40-hour course. I think as Chairperson Gaines alluded to, you have to have a real balance between wanting to recruit folks and then minimizing the burden that you're placing on them to do the job in a way that enables them to feel confident and do it in a way that is legally sufficient. So you could have expansive trainings like self-study courses. You could also do things like quick reference guides or tip sheets that list the common factors that board members should consider, something they can pull out even during a hearing to say, here's vacant land in front of me, here are the things I need to consider, like zoning, topography, are utilities available on site, is there a view on this plot of land, is it subdividable? Just some quick things to make members feel confident in their decisions so they're not out there alone or feeling like they don't have the key factors in front of them. Regarding the third agenda item of AAB applications and applicant resources, regarding the application itself, I think this is one of the biggest issues we see in Santa Clara County that causes delays and confusion. When applications are filled out incorrectly, applicants might mark the wrong box on the appeal. That leads to a lot of time-intensive efforts by both the clerk of the board and the applicant to remedy the application. It often leads to delays. It often leads to a board consideration hearing to approve or deny the amendment request of the application. Applicants sometimes might have to fill out a waiver to get that done, and that extends the whole timeline of the appeal. And so, and in line with other recommendations you've heard, our recommendation is that the board simplify the assessment appeal application itself to make it easier, particularly for self-represented applicants, to communicate the reason for their appeal. Regarding applicant resources, this is one that we have particularly passionate about. In Santa Clara County, over half of our residents speak a language other than English in their home, predominantly Spanish, Mandarin, Chinese, and Vietnamese. And so our fourth recommendation is that the board should provide assessment appeal resources in language other than English. So for example, this morning, the board has heard the appeals assessment manual alluded to, I think, a dozen times by now. It is only available in English, and that has been thrown out as the #1 resource for AAB members. It is technically written, so I wouldn't expect a lay member of the public to read it, but it does seem that if we want to provide a fair, open opportunity for all members of the public to understand the main training tool that the decider of their case is going to hear, that should be available to folks in a way that they can understand. Similarly, the assessment appeal application itself is currently in English. Publication 29, which the board issues, which is an overview of California property tax, is only currently available in English. There are certain really helpful resources that are in other languages. So for example, publication 30, which concerns residential property tax assessment appeals. That's currently available in English, Mandarin, Korean, Spanish, and Vietnamese. But even here, there's inequity because the English version was updated in 2020 on the board's website, and the other languages are from 2015. So even applicants who are getting those in other languages aren't benefiting from the most recent information that the board is providing. Two other ones I'll highlight for the board, publications 800 and 801, which concern Prop 19 information and tip sheets for transfers between parents and children, grandparents and grandchildren. Those are available in English, Spanish, and some of them are in Mandarin. But again, the English versions were updated just this year in 2025. The other languages are from a few years ago. So even where we are able to provide the language accessibility, they're not getting the most recent information as the English language speakers. Finally, on the fourth agenda topic of best practices for AAB scheduling and processes. Here, the clerk of the board and the assessor's office each play a vital role in scheduling assessment appeal hearings. And I think it would be incumbent on the board, as it has done, and I would ask it to continue doing, to issue guidance to both of those departments to schedule hearings as soon as they are ready, including having regular systems level meetings about challenges to scheduling communications between the departments that can really help clear backlogs. I also think in an LTA, the board could provide some flexibility in scheduling. For example, the board could allow the clerks of the board to consider the assessor's needs or the needs of the assessor's office when setting hearings. That would allow the assessor's office to make sure they're completely prepared for hearings, of course, not entirely on the assessor's schedule, but taking it as one factor of their scheduling needs. Thank you so much. I'm happy to receive any questions from the board.
Thank you. Thank you for especially breaking out some of these real good recommendations some I know you had shared before with us. And I just had a couple of quick questions, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Regarding the applicant's resources, one point which stands out to me is the fact that due to their roles on the appeal process, county clerks, for example, AAB staff, and assessors are constrained in the help which they can provide to taxpayers. To the extent of that correct completion of the appeal application reduces administrative burdens, what be the most helpful thing that the BOE can do to fulfill some of those gaps?
I think the simplification of the assessment appeal application itself, if that were filled out correctly more often than not, that would lead to not only less work individually for county employees, clerks of the board, and assessor's office. It would lead to less hearings in front of AABs for what are called board considerations to consider application amendments. It would lead to a less delay in appeals resolving as well. So either maybe a combination of simplifying the application and some portion of education of how to correctly complete applications. Similar to Los Angeles County, we have a video tutorial on our website, though it's nice to see our residents are utilizing the Los Angeles resources as well. But some type of education, especially to self-represented applicants, of how is what are they trying to appeal and what's the proper way to communicate that on the application. The application is written almost in a way that follows the legalese. So if it's a Prop 19 appeal, you have to conceptualize what Prop 19 is and then translate that to the appropriate box on the form. For example, if you want to challenge let's say you didn't receive a parent-child exception, and you want to challenge that on the assessment appeal application, you ideally would probably be checking two boxes. You'd be checking that no change of ownership occurred, and if a change of ownership did occur, you probably also want to challenge what the base year value of that change of ownership is. And so a homeowner who inherits a property, let's say from their deceased parent, if they only check one of those boxes, they are leaving some amount of their rights on the table, or will have to request an amendment once they understand they didn't properly fill out the application, which will delay resolution of their case.
No, I appreciate it. And I didn't realize, you brought up in your presentation that even though we're translating some of this material, some of it is not as current as it should be. For example, I guess as it gets revised, these handbooks, some of the translation is still years behind. But moving forward, I also understand that the taxpayers are often referred to the BOE Publication 29, which explains the appeal process and which is available in several languages from the BOE websites. But moving forward, I think you touched on it a little bit, some of the languages and some of the cases that are being offered, but only in certain publications. And I guess at the end of the day, from your experience, it sounds like you're getting probably calls where people are a little bit confused or don't really have the latest information and are not probably being serviced in the best and most adequate way.
Yeah, thank you, Member Vasquez. And this goes back to the kind of burden on the county staff itself, right? So if you receive a call from someone as clerk of the board staff who's processing these applications, inquiring about, I want to do an assessment appeal, but I don't understand it in this language. Can you help me figure it out? And their native language might be Spanish or Vietnamese. If it's one of the languages that are predominantly spoken in our county, we usually are able to accommodate that. If it's at a hearing where we need to provide language services, we have an interpretation service we can do. But if it's a kind of a cold call from a taxpayer, that proves to be a little more challenging, or you might need to reschedule them at a time where you can get a language line through. And then it also raises the question of, at what point do county staff cross the line between providing helpful information to the public and actually starting to advise an applicant on their application and what they're appealing? So you do have to walk those lines.
Appreciate it. The Deputy Controller, I believe, has a question for you.
Thank you. Really, really nice presentation. When we talk about the translations, when you get to the point of an AAB hearing and it's scheduled, are you provided a right to, does the county provide a translator for the applicant, or does that applicant have to bring a translator at their own cost?
Our county will provide the translator, will provide an interpreter, a court-certified interpreter for the applicant at the hearing itself.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Gaines, I believe, has questions.
I want to thank you for your suggestions, and I love this idea about a tip sheet on each type of property to help members of an AAB. And then, yeah, it looks like we're going to work on the language issue and get that resolved. I had a question, though, because especially out of Santa Clara, with all the software that's available for translation, is that something that counties are looking at in terms of communication through software from different languages back and forth with constituents?
Thank you, Chairperson Gaines. I think, yes, artificial intelligence provides the capability to hopefully streamline a lot of the language services. I think the problem is anytime you do things at a county level, it has to be really thought out in terms of what it means, not just for privacy and security, but also how you contract vendors, what vendors do you contract. So I think ideally, if we're looking in terms of a long-term horizon of years, I think that's a really great solution. I think if you're looking at short-term timelines of what can we do today, I think technologies are still in a phase where many counties might not feel comfortable engaging those softwares at this level.
Is that an accuracy issue currently with software? Is it not?
It could be accuracy. I apologize for speaking over you. It could be accuracy. It could also be data privacy issues. With regards to assessment appeals, generally most information is public, so that spectrum might not be as nuanced as it is in other areas. But then from the county perspective, there might also be issues engaging something for just one specific need rather than a broader need. So for example, engaging a service provider just for translation services for assessment appeals rather than a broader scope of work. Can you even find a service provider who will do it on such a limited basis? So for example, in our county, we receive, on an estimate, don't hold me to the number, I think something like 5,500, 6,000 appeal applications last year. Of those, some subset probably required a language translation. Does that amount make it fiscally feasible to engage a service provider for that need and then run what is essentially almost a pilot version of an AI translation? And I think when you start drilling it down to doing it on such a small level, I think that might not hit the right economy of scale, especially in the current fiscal environment for trying that out.
Yes.
But I think on a state level or on a longer term trajectory, when those softwares are at a place where we feel more comfortable with them, I think that could be a really great solution.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're good. Really appreciate the fact that you're able to come and join us again. And I know you'll be participating as we move forward, as we finalize these recommendations. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
With that, we have, I believe, online our next speaker, which is the chair of the Assessment Appeals Subcommittee for the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, CCBSA, the Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk for the Ventura Board County. And it's Brendan Vahakis, I believe.
Yes, correct. I'm
Go
online?
ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Do you want me to wait for your staff to put the screen up or just proceed?
Here it comes.
All right, looks like we're good to go. Good morning, honorable members of the State Board of Equalization, BOE staff, and my fellow work group participants. My name is Brendan Vlahakis. I work for the County of Ventura, overseeing the Clerk of the Board's assessment appeal processes. However, today I'm representing the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, or CCBSA for short, and our 56 member counties and over 140 individual members, some of which are joining us here today. Last night, we submitted a letter outlining our organization's perspectives on the topics that will be discussed today. I do deeply apologize for the tardy submission. Our intent was to provide our letter in advance so that your board and other work group participants would have the chance to review, but that did not work out as planned. We are ready and willing to provide feedback on proposals and answer any questions that your board has. As we have addressed each agenda item, I will provide a brief summary of our positions as detailed in our letter. Our perspectives cover the viewpoint from a broad array of counties and represent the viewpoints of counties large and small. I would note in your audience today, we have Melissa Kitts. She's in the burgundy jacket a few rows back. She will be on standby to answer any questions from the small county assessment appeals board perspective, but she does not intend to speak. And then we have Danielle Bonshu on the public comment telephone line. She represents the perspective of a county where the Board of Supervisors serves as the local Board of Equalization. I know we had a request to try to find a county where the Board of Supervisors served as a Board of Equalization, so we were able to get her on the public comment line today if you have any specific questions to that. With that, for agenda item number 2, best practices for AAB member recruitment and training. CCBSA recommends that the Board of Equalization develop statewide training and guidance for assessment appeals board members that is accessible to both attorney and non-attorney members, supplemented by plain language resources and annual case law briefings. In addition, a clarifying letter to assessors on cross-county appointment authority is requested. These measures will promote consistency, fairness, and defensibility of AAB decisions, while also strengthening recruitment and retention by giving members the confidence and tools to succeed in their roles. Our specific recommendations outlined include development of BOE-delivered training modules, plain language guidance on implementation of complex rules, clarification to provide a broad general framework of what constitutes good cause and what does not, provisions of annual case law briefing training, issuing an LTA to clarify cross-county appointment authority for board members, and broadening the categories of qualified professions for AAB membership to expand the Los Angeles County only provisions to the rest of the state. These measures would be particularly beneficial for small and medium-sized counties where the boards often lack consistent access to legal expertise and rely heavily on part-time members. Statewide training and guidance would enhance fairness, reduce unnecessary delays, and strengthen the defensibility of AAB decisions in Superior Court. Benefits that also support retention by giving members the confidence, clarity, and resources they need to succeed in their roles. That completes my overview for agenda item number 2. I will be available for the rest of the day to address each agenda item as you get to it, unless you'd like me to address them all now.
We'll go ahead and go with the Q&A, and then I know you're going to be available a little later. And like you mentioned in your opening remarks, I understand we do have, I think, in the audience here with us today, Melissa Kitts, I believe, is available. I see her hand waving, who's from the clerk, the Board of Supervisors of Butte County here in person. I will start with the first question, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues because I think there's some questions as well. As we move, as I'm thinking about this, my first question happens to be around the AAB members residing out of the county. You mentioned that your county council previously looked into this question. Would the BOE guidance on legality on best practice for appointing out-of-county AAB members be helpful to your county or other counties in the CCBSA?
Yes, so as mentioned by Mr. Parker earlier, that there's just a lack of a guidebook on how counties can rely on other counties as a resource. And so, and interpretation of the existing rules for board member appointment varies county by county depending on that county's legal counsel's interpretation. And so we think a general BOE, LTA on what options counties have for board members, whether on a temporary or permanent basis, would be helpful to those smaller counties. For example, some of our smaller counties would love to temporarily use board members from the neighboring county, but the guidelines aren't clear on if they are for sure allowed to do that, if they need to be formally appointed to their county's local board, or if residency is actually required and they're not allowed to use members from other counties. And so just the BOE summarizing in a LTA what the options for these smaller counties are would be a helpful resource so that they don't have to do the research or rely on varying legal opinions from different county councils.
Thank you. I think our chair, Member Gaines, has some questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments, and I just want to key into this LTA clarification because I think it's important, right? So we do have statute, but we need additional clarity, and it was brought up earlier by Mr. Parker, and so I kind of wanted to address this issue that in the event that you're short of 3 members for a board, that we would have clarification through an LTA to bring on another member from another county. And what are your thoughts? Is that what you're looking for too?
Yes,
sort
exactly.
of clarity? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned a few other things about the legality in that area. Are there specific questions that we could help you with, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think as Mr. Vasquez mentioned, my county council's opinion was that their interpretation is residency isn't required. Some county, because it's not expressly stated, residency required, yes, no, some counties are hesitant. And so just being able to rely on a BOE opinion that either confirms or denies the residency requirement would be helpful for counties to point to that aren't certain. So if the BOE says, yes, county residency is not a requirement, then the counties who are uncertain would be able to point to that and say, okay, we're safe to rely on members that reside in other counties.
Okay, that's great. So has there been conversations with the BOE on these issues prior to the hearing today? I mean, are we already making progress in answering the questions that you brought up today in the hearing?
We did initially bring up the suggestion of cross-county appointment authority in April. Aside from our suggestions today, there hasn't been much discussion. It was suggested that we look into utilizing the multi-jurisdictional assessment appeals board process. And we outline in our letters just briefly, the reason that it doesn't work for a lot of counties is there's a lot of kind of startup costs, and the counties that are having recruitment problems are small counties with very few board members. And so for them, it doesn't make sense to establish a multi-county board where then you have to determine who's going to staff that. How are we going to share applications across counties? How are we going to fund that? And so the multi-jurisdictional is very barrier heavy to implementation. And so we're looking for a simpler option that just allows counties to stay in their, silo of, hey, I'm the clerk, I'm managing this board, but have resources to just the board members themselves and not a shared board with another county.
Okay. But they also have an obligation to hear these appeals, right? I mean, that's the other side of it. And isn't that a legal obligation?
Yeah, and so the flip side to that is if you cannot constitute a full AAB locally, you could also have your board of supervisors serve as a local board of equalization. And as I mentioned, we have Danielle Banshu on the public comment line if you want to get her opinion on that. She's currently in that model, and when you get a board of supervisors taking on that responsibility, you're taking the experts out. There's no then guarantee they have any expertise in assessment or real estate or law, and they have to switch their hat from being a constituent representative to instead being a neutral party. And so it's a very difficult line to walk when you have to default to the board of supervisors serving as the local board of equalization, because it's just not the same level as having qualified appraisers review every appeal. So that is the default for counties that can't get enough members, is to go to the board of supervisors instead.
Okay, but they must be comfortable with that, because I think the alternative would be spending more money.
I don't know if our membership talked about that extensively. I guess it's a balance of, yes, we counties would prefer to have access to highly qualified individuals to resolve the case, as would we think most of the applicants coming through, over a board of supervisors hearing the cases. But when faced with that decision of, do we draw out cases to make sure we have experts versus do we get them heard quickly to make sure to meet the timelines, it kind of becomes not the ideal situation. So we're looking for a more ideal situation to give taxpayers and applicants the insurance that they're having the highest qualified individuals hear their cases.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we can provide more clarity as a member of the BOE, and provide simplification for rural counties. So we'll do what we can on our end. But thank you for your suggestions, and I'm glad that the communication continues, right, between the CBBSA and the BOE.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good, and I believe you'll be around and available a little bit later.
That's correct.
And with that, we have my county, actually, the Honorable Jeff Prang is, I believe, is online, and he has staff members that'll be presenting remotely. Yeah, I had mentioned that we would just go early lunch. Are we good? Okay. So first of all, on this one here, the LA County, we have several members here. We have the chief appraiser, looks like the principal appraiser, and the technology manager too. I believe they're all online with us today. With that, I'd like to see if, I'm not sure who's going to start.
Member
Is it
Vas-
Matthew Herrera?
Yeah, Member Vasquez, this is
Yes.
Ms. Taylor. It doesn't appear that Mr. Prang's staff are online, so maybe we'll have to move on to another set of speakers.
Oh, okay. Or you want to start our lunch? What do we do our lunch now? So, well, let me ask more of a logistical question. Since we're at noon now, do you want us to take our lunch break now? Because we didn't take a break. Sure. And then we can regroup at 1. Why don't we do that?
Yeah, that would be fine.
And then let's see if we can get Jeff Prangen in his office to log in right after lunch. Right now, I have 12:01, so we would be back at 1:01. Okay? Oh, Mr. Schaefer, you have a question before you break?
Do we have jurisdiction to have, say, a 45-minute lunch? I always find there's a little extra 15 minutes.
I'm looking at staff and I'm seeing no.
No, I didn't win any votes.
Well, we skipped the break, so I think we should at least give them an hour.
All right, thank you.
All right, so it's 12:02, we'll be back at 1:02.
You seem to be enjoying yourself.
we're going to go ahead and get started as I see our chair walking up, because I know we have James De Pasquale, I believe, here from CADA, who's actually in person and needs to catch a flight. So I'm going to go out of order here. This is would have been our speaker number 10. So let me call him up, and I believe he's going to be speaking on all the topics, I believe, or at least a couple of them, right?
I don't want to put you to sleep. I'm just going to handle topics 2 and 3 as my tasked items.
Well,
Good
welcome.
afternoon.
Come on up.
Thank you.
And
good
I understand you're
afternoon.
the current chair and president.
Yes, I've been the chair and president for 5 years running now.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you to the rest of the board.
And I guess officially, I had to reconvene, right? Okay. Otherwise, my chair's going to get on me. Go ahead.
It's a great pleasure to be part of this collaboration, and thank you to Member Vasquez for arranging it and spearheading it, and to the rest of the board for approving this working group opportunity. I think it's best to just describe California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, known otherwise as CADA. Even though we have tax advocate in our name, we do try to balance our advocacy on behalf of our constituent, the taxpayer, with the challenges we face and that the public agencies have to deal with. So this collaboration is very welcome in that context that allows us to understand what the public agencies deal with. We take those concerns back to our members, which is predominantly constituted of attorneys, CPAs, appraisers, and just independent practitioners and consultants. And every year we hold a conference and we discuss these issues. We invite speakers from the political and public sectors to share their thoughts and their concerns, and we have an open forum at our annual conference. We also participate we used to more regularly, but circumstances have preceded our quarterly meetings that we established with the CAA in the same vein as understanding what the county's concerns are, and we try to address them through our membership. We have quite the outreach program currently with county assessors, clerks, and it's refreshing this morning to have listened. I'm glad we went in the afternoon because I wanted to hear what the county assessors and clerks had to present, and it was really amazing to see how aligned we really are. There's not much that concerns us as practitioners and on listening to our taxpayers, other than really some refinements. We're not dealing with anything that's new. The BOE and the county assessors have always had a framework, and it's worked quite well. I won't deny that we've had our issues, and both sides have had their complaints with volume filing, no-shows, lack of information, but I feel over the years we've been able to resolve those issues. So as best practices, there's really not a whole lot I can add because I really concurred with what LA County has developed. I think they are the model for which we should be following. I remember when Malia Cohen came to our conference a number of years ago, she presented and moderated a panel that was titled Modernizing the California Property Tax System. Well, unbeknownst, I think, to all of us, Assessor Prang was ahead of us. So he very astutely developed a technology that you have seen through the clerk's office, and the industry definitely has appreciated it. It has provided efficiencies and has really followed our mission of accountability, transparency, and above all, the ability to collaborate. So that at the end of the day, recognize that both advocates and public agencies, we really represent the same people, the taxpayer. We just are coming at different angles at times. So the end result should be providing a platform that allows both sides to do their jobs effectively. And at the end of the day, we're really trying to get to the right answers on behalf of the taxpayers. So for number 2, best practices, I would add one thing to what has been spoken earlier today, and that is there are really 2 types of cases. There's valuation and there's legal. I'm not going to go into all the subcategories, but as we consider recommendations, I would propose on behalf of CADA that you look at a way to bifurcate legal appeals from valuation. And the reason I say this is because in my mind, it's going to be difficult to train every board member on every aspect of the statute and the issues that come up. But if you focus and you create what's called specialty or legal hearing officer or legal boards, they're going to see these cases time and again, and they're going to develop a knowledge base that's going to carry over, and they won't be relearning or seeing for the first time issues of intangibles, issues of complex stock transactions, issues of ownership. Did it really happen or didn't it happen? And earlier I just listened to some of the concerns of the clerks was that these are complex issues, and the board members at the local level are expected to step in. They could be a realtor, they could be, there are attorneys, they could be just a general business person. And they're expected to know the RTC as good as everybody else, in fact, better. But that just isn't happening. So our concern has been when we say there needs to be more training, it really comes down to one element, and that is legal. That's the biggest hurdle, is that the whole process stops when there's a legal preceding the valuation. And that's what we have seen as probably the major hiccup in appeals going forward. Most of the members of CADA are commercial representatives, so we deal with a lot of complex from energy, renewables, oil and gas, wind farms. We deal with complex hospitality, intangibles. My firm is core competency is in intangibles, and that's what we represent more so than any other property tax issue. So we have a lot of experience with having the challenges of presenting same factual cases, but getting varying results because one board may get it and another board might not. And so what we're looking for is, as I said, looking to place some recommendations, is really look at the concept of bifurcating legal from the valuation. And I think you'll see that there's going to be great improvement in finding candidates that can be trained much more specifically and not expect them to really know the full list of items that they have to consider. So that was one of our recommendations on dealing with best practices on recruitment and training. If you're going to recruit, let's recruit in a way that specializes that member to address legal issues. I'll give you a couple of examples. LA County has a really comprehensive ownership division with legal specialists. So if we have an ownership question or an ownership appeal, it gets flagged for them to handle it instead of going to the valuation side of the county. So if we can address that with them, oftentimes it resolves any valuation problem. And that's an example of how efficiently something can be resolved just by talking to somebody who's knowledgeable on the other side, dealing with these types of issues. In Alameda County, I don't know if they still do, but they used to have a special hearing officer process with legally trained individuals. So if you had an ownership or structural question about the property tax, it would go to them first before it would go to the General Assessment Appeals Board on valuation. And so we've seen great results through that process, and I hope that you can consider that as part of your framing of this training and recruiting. Another one is the best practices of applications and applicant resources. We don't really, like I said, it seems like counties are doing a really good job at trying to address that. The BOE has great resources. We're hearing LA County has been sharing their resources. So there's really not a whole lot that CADA can add. But again, I think recognizing that with the application was mentioned that a lot of homeowners don't fill it out correctly. Us as professionals, shame on us if we don't know how to fill out the form, but we're just a small proportion, frankly, of the volume. But yet we, I don't want to say yell, but we speak up the most. So one idea and recommendation, and number 3, in helping with an application issue, is to once again bifurcate between residential and commercial or more complex properties. So the form can be created for a homeowner that really simply is a page. And all you need are 3 columns. And they can fill out the basic form, address, parcel, and their name, and then add 3 sales to it, send it in, instead of looking at a form that has a lot of boxes that don't pertain to them. Mostly it's going to be a change of ownership, it's going to be an annual decline in value, or it's going to be Prop 19. We're seeing a lot more Prop 19 issues coming forward. So again, recognizing the issue of the application, and some folks think it's a lot going on there and it slows down the process, simply by recognizing the complexity of the appeal issue, you can create a separate form for the non-complex properties, basically the residential and small multifamily. LA County, once again, I will bring to the forefront, for years has had the hearing officer platform that operates under their assessment appeals board. So if you have a property that's 3 million or less, you go to a hearing officer. It's much less formal, it's not as intimidating, and it really accelerates the processing of single-family and low-value property tax issues. As to complex issues, not really the forum. So that's where I go back to, if we can separate these processes by complexity and issue, I think we'll be able to resolve many of the other problems that we're facing, predominantly for the public agencies. To wrap all this together, and to go back to Malia Cohen's modernization of the property tax industry platform, we need to somehow implement technology. LA County, once again, has done a great job of that. And I would vote that you consider somehow getting them to share that, implement it. I realize there's financial considerations. That's not in my scope. That's for all of you to sort of figure out how we do this. But they have an excellent, excellent platform. I have only seen bonuses to what they have put out there. And if we could see that in all 58 counties without putting the financial or the resource stress on the smaller counties, it would accelerate us into the next century. It's fantastic. And then in that context, I really believe we need to get back to what was developed during the pandemic, and that is that counties were advised to offer both virtual, remote, as well as in-person. Unfortunately, with the exception of a couple of counties, most of them who adopted that during the pandemic have abandoned that, and they're now going only to in-person. I think that's a mistake. I think the virtual platform as an option for dealing with administrative processes, return and correct issues, postponements, just validity hearings. I can't tell you how many practitioners contact me going, I had to drive to or fly for a 5-minute appearance. I've done it multiple times. I try to do it in San Francisco, so at least I can stay over the weekend and enjoy the wine country. But, you know, it's not that way everywhere. So to go to the expense, or for a taxpayer to have to go to that expense and fly somewhere for a 5-minute appearance, it just seems contrary to where we're going overall in all of our technology processes. So to just summarize everything, again, I think we're all on the same track. I don't really have anything contrary to submit as to what was mentioned earlier, with the exception of that we add in looking at considering the split of the complexity of the cases, create a form specific for residential and low-value properties, and then look to really advising counties to implement virtual and in-person as needed. And that will conclude my presentation. I'll take questions.
Thank you. There's several hands up. You actually kind of hit on mine. It sounds like the number one issue for you, or in terms of recommendation, seems to be the legal issue.
Yes.
Hearing that back, because I was going to ask which you thought was the most important. I see a hand down at the end from Member Schaefer.
Well, I'm always concerned how you get good people to serve on a board and to keep them there. And that gets down to the embarrassing question is, do you pay them? And if so, enough to keep them interested? When I first went into public service as a city councilman, I gave up my job as a city lawyer of $12,000, $15,000 and went to work for $5,000 a year. Do we consider our boards to be public service, which you can't pay the rent with, or is there a compensation level that can justify a man giving up an office full of $100 an hour demands to give his talent to serving on a board? We need the best people on these boards.
Thank you, Member Schaefer. That's a great point. There's actually one additional concern with that. It's not just about pay, it's about availability. Some of the board members I've been up against actually continue to practice in whatever profession they're in. And the rotation of their appearances, they're able to navigate and flex with their day jobs, or night, whatever they're doing. And so the concern is you can increase the pay, but I don't think that that will necessarily expand the pool of available skilled individuals. Predominantly, it's coming from either part-time professionals, it's coming from retired county employees, it's coming down from retired attorneys, judges, people that have done their full-time job, and this is sort of their way of just keeping busy and keeping their mind smart. So you can consider increasing, but I don't know that that solely will solve the resource problem. What will, I think, add to that is the shared county concept where we can pool resources. I think expanding the net to virtual platforms will help people provide that service. For example, they might be able to more easily hop onto a board hearing without having to drive, even into LA or in San Diego, and maybe they can appear as an alternate or as somebody that can hop on because there's an absentee member. That's why the technology aspect is so critical to implement, and it should not be a choice. It should be the standard of which we operate this process, because it's costing everybody dearly at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Gaines, I believe, has some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your comments. I just wanted to look at your suggestion about valuation versus legal. And again, I'm thinking kind of through the lens of small counties. You know, I think, I even question to what degree can small counties even have county council, right? But it's going to be a real reach in terms of having anybody with legal expertise that's going to serve on an AAB in a small rural county.
Well, that's why the shared concept's very important. So you can pool and pull from other resources that have that availability.
Sure.
There are a number of counties that have multiple attorneys on staff.
Okay.
They're doing both value and legal. So imagine that smaller county that needs an expertise on statutes and case law. They should have the ability to tap into that county's resources. Northern California has just as many available lawyers as Southern California, so the counties can pool that resource by area. And I know they're there because I've seen them. But I will say, Tulare is one I've been to years ago, limited resource. They don't deal with assessment appeals that often. It's mostly personal property. So you're not going to find resort intangible arguments that you see in LA and Orange County, San Diego. I mean, it's voluminous as far as what we present there on intangibles. So they have developed the resources to address that. But I understand why would a county like Tulare put money into a legal framework when that's really not what they deal with on a regular basis. So they would be a great candidate to be able to pool in somebody to address those issues for them.
Do you see some of the smaller counties just using county council?
I don't even see bigger counties regularly use county council.
Okay. Because that would be the only resource, wouldn't it, for a small county? I mean, where are you going to get?
Well, then we
unless
get
you can
into
get a
then we
board
get into
member.
the training of that county council because they don't see it. They themselves also may not commit the time to learn it, resource it, research it. So yes, they may have a county council, but they may not be proficient in what is required at any given time. They have the basic knowledge of the assessment appeals rules, guidelines. I don't think that's really a broad problem across the board. Every agency we go in front of, they typically know their own rules. It's us that step into 58 different rule books because literally every local agency has developed expansions of the state board rules to fit their local parameters. And so we're constantly having to educate ourselves on practices and guidelines in various counties.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're about ready for the next one, but I think the Deputy Controller has a quick question. Go ahead.
Just really quickly to piggyback off Chairman Gaines, when you have 58 playbooks and you're trying to pool resources across Northern California, for example, getting an attorney to go from Contra Costa County to Tulare County, do you think sometimes residents feel like they won't get a fair shake if they get somebody that is coming from the outside in and not necessarily have the knowledge needed to make a decision at the moment?
I mean, that's a very good question. I don't know that I have enough confidence to say that that's their psyche, but if I were in their shoes, I would rather have somebody that I believe understands than be in front of somebody that is constantly asking questions. Well, what does that mean? So I think it's going to go down to the individuals that they utilize to bring comfort to the process.
Absolutely, and it goes back to what we do from a state level, top down, and how we can facilitate that, So I think that's some questions we have to ask for ourselves too. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Safe travels. Thanks
Thank you
for
very
hanging in
much.
there
Thank
with
you.
us. With that, let me go back. Now, I know we had the the interim county assessor from Santa Clara with us, Greg Monteverde. Is he online?
I believe so.
I hear a voice.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Member Vasquez. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to issue number 3 and number 4.
No, I appreciate it. And I know you and former Assessor Stone was very active in our hearing back in April. So we appreciate that you're able to come back and make your presentation on these items. So go ahead, I'll let you go.
Well, thank you very much. In regard to agenda item number 3 on appeals applications, I wanted to address the issue of excessive or problematic filings. And, by and large, we find that filings are correctly made and represent real issues, but we find that the issue of protective appeals filed on predominantly commercial properties are problematic when the applicant doesn't have a valid opinion of value stated on the application initially. in our county, we oftentimes find that the applicant's opinion of value might simply be a percentage of the assessed value. And what we would prefer to see and would advocate for improved process would be for the filing to have a fairly well-informed opinion of value along with the documentation to go along with it that is supportive of a changed assessment. And that can be the starting point for a productive exchange of views and an ability to iron out misunderstandings that may exist and provide for resolution of an assessment appeal without having to go to hearing. So we would advocate for that sort of collaboration with the commercial assessment community. In regard to agenda item number 4 for appeals scheduling, we were very gratified to see council representing the Santa Clara County Clerk of the Board's office appear and speak to a suggestion that we had made in our April collaboration in regard to a more cooperative and collaborative approach to scheduling assessment appeals, because that is a very demanding process for assessors' offices to deal with the resolution of assessment appeals. It's probably the most time-intensive requirement for our staff to deal with, and it requires an allocation of time and resources when we have to balance that with production of the assessment role. So in April, we had suggested perhaps either the amplification of LTA 2013-039 or a revision of it to call for that collaboration between the offices and recognizing the authority of the Clerk of the Board's office to have the ultimate say over the scheduling of assessment appeals, but perhaps recognizing that unless there really is some prejudicial or problematic pattern to the assessor's suggestion of scheduling appeals, that they be accepted, accommodating the appeals board's capacity to actually work through the agendas as suggested by the assessor's office. And my last item speaks to the cause for postponements and continuances in addressing assessment appeals. As you recall, everyone is motivated to work through assessment appeals as quickly as possible. And in order to do that, we need to avoid requests for postponements and continuances as much as possible. And in our working group sessions, we had drafted a series of recommendations that would define good cause. And so, that could be included in a revision of one of the LTAs, I believe it was 2020-033, and that might provide a good set of requirements for an AAB to use as the basis for granting postponements or continuances or denying them as well. So those were the comments from Santa Clara County, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I was wondering, Santa Clara, similar to LA County, do you see the same areas of need for training that LA County are looking at? Or are you looking at other different areas possibly within the AAB members' training curriculum?
We find that, well, first of all, let me start off by saying that we're blessed in Santa Clara by having very qualified Assessment Appeals Board members, primarily with expertise around appraisal. So they don't require any training for appraisal issues, but they do require a better understanding of assessment issues. You know, being able to distinguish the difference between supplemental assessments, regular roll assessments, roll corrections, audit escapes, all of those types of issues. So we do agree that there is a need to have refresher training in that regard. And, you know, wherever the State Board of Equalization could offer that type of training, it would be helpful in Santa Clara County.
Thank you. Any other questions for Santa Clara? I don't see any other hands. I think we're good. Appreciate it. And I know we'll be in touch moving forward. And give my best to Stone, our Assessor Stone.
I will. Thank you.
It looks like Member Schaefer had a comment.
I read somewhere you've been in the office for 35 years. That's a lifetime.
I started straight out of college.
With that, do we have the folks from LA County ready to go?
We do. They're ready.
They're ready. All right, so we should have, we're gonna have a presentation now from several of the members, appraisers, and some of the technology folks from LA County, from Jeff Prang's office. And I believe the first one is Matthew Herrera.
Sure, I can go ahead and go. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. So hopefully you should be able to see my screen. So I'll be speaking today about the topic of e-signatures. And there's a good point of clarification because there are really two types. There's electronic signatures and there's digital signatures. And the one with the higher threshold of security and authentication is the digital signatures. And digital signatures and what is required to qualify as digital signatures is outlined in Government Code Section 16.5. As far as the Los Angeles County Assessor's Office, we have really two types of forms that are available to our constituents. We have downloadable PDF forms, and that would include all of the BOE forms that we're required to make available to our constituents. And we also have begun an initiative to create e-forms, and we currently have two e-forms. We have our change of mailing address and homeowners exemptions available to constituents as e-forms. Now, our e-forms fall under the higher threshold of the digital signatures. So they meet all of the qualifications under Government Code Section 16.5 for that higher level of security and authentication. Los Angeles County, what we're foreseeing is eventually making all of our forms available as e-forms. And that would include the BOE forms as well. So we are really probably advocating that digital signatures be the standard, at least for Los Angeles County. And one of the biggest reasons for this is that um, it is easier to migrate from a PDF or downloadable form that is already has embedded digital signatures when creating or migrating and creating the e-form. And I have a colleague that's available as well that's on the technical side that can describe our e-forms and the level of security that's embedded in those to assure that they the digital signatures meet or exceed the government code section 16.5. But that is really where we're at in Los Angeles County as far as the forms. So like I said before, we would probably suggest or advocate that if the BOE applies a digital signature to the BOE forms, that it be a digital signature and probably using a service like Adobe Acrobat, which is pretty ubiquitous. I think most of the counties are utilizing Adobe Acrobat for their forms. So it's pretty easy to apply a signature when creating a form, and that would include the BOE forms using Adobe Acrobat. And Adobe also, once you apply that electronic signature, it will be at that level to be considered a digital signature, which again meets the requirements of Government Code 16.5. And we think that's probably the standard that we would recommend for the BOE and for other counties. And perhaps my colleague, Andrew, maybe Andrew, you would like to talk about our e-forms and the level of security and authentication that we're using on our e-forms.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Matthew. So as my name is Andrew Yim, the IT manager too, and from the LA County Assessor's Office. So Matthew has already kind of touched base about the differences, kind of like the high level differences between the e-signatures and digital signatures. As you can see from the presentation here on the slide, this slide deck, the digital signature actually provide and offer additional signature and certification of authentication on top of the e-signature, right? If you think about like using the basic Adobe Acrobat, where you can actually add the signatures or e-signatures on any kind of forms where you have a signature field or on a particular paper document that you want to sign, that itself is actually certified and authorized by yourself. You don't necessarily need to log in and create an account in order to do the authentication as well as the authorization, right? What that means is, you're not being certified by a authorized party, right? Like the Sinex or like third-party vendors like the Adobe and those kind of vendors, right? And then it doesn't also, track your transaction ID. What I meant by transaction ID meaning you'll be able to, if you're using the digital signature level of security, you're able to track down to exactly where the signer came from, the IP addresses, the timestamp that they're coming from, the login ID, the email addresses, and all that kind of stuff. You'll be able to see all that kind of audit trail from the time that they sign to the time that you're getting those kind of certification files. I can actually do a quick show and tell on some of the files that we have used on our e-form for the homeowner exemption form that we have done so far. So as in you will be able to see the differences there. Let me give me 1 second. Are you able to see my share?
Yes, Andrew.
Okay, so this is a sample homeowner exemption form that I just created this morning as a sample test run. As you can see, the information is being filled out online digitally from the taxpayer, from the submitter. And down here, you can see a signature being signed here with the timestamp and additional information and whatnot. But what you can do is actually clicking on the certification button on the signature, and you'll be able to tell and verify from Adobe that this signature is valid and is being signed by an authority, as a third-party vendor. In this case, we're using Signix. And you can even check the signature properties about this signature is actually valid, and nobody can change this form whatsoever ever since the signer signed the document. Okay, that's one thing. And in addition, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, it also the digital signature kind of additional level of security provide additional audit trail. So what I meant by that is, if you look at this file, where the assessor's office as well as the taxpayer, the submitter, has the tracking file to track down exactly where this signature is coming from, the timestamp, the IP address, as I mentioned, and even the actual signature key, or we call it a certification key, that goes along with this transaction, if you will. Right? And then we have another one, which is provided by the vendor, in this case, Signix. I'm sure other parties like Adobe, Sign will provide something similar, is the total certification of completion of the tracking of these transactions. So you can be able to see exactly what we're talking about earlier. And just to piggyback on what Matthew was talking about earlier, in addition to that, the LA County Assessor's Office also providing offer our own way to create the citizen self-registration account, where they actually have to sign in and create an account with our office, and they have to provide their password, and we add additional two-factor authentication on top of that security. So they have to actually log into their own account in order for them to create their e-forms. In this case, it will be the homeowner exemption form. So at this point, do we have any question yet before I pass the ball back to Matthew or my colleague?
Looks like we have a question here from our chair, Gaines.
Yeah, can you speak to cyber theft and to what degree these e-signatures are verifiable? And there's just a lot of, I see ads all the time on television for title theft and things of that sort. So I'm just asking the question in terms of its security measures.
Yeah, so when we actually procure the vendor for Signix, in this case, we actually verify to make sure they're one of the certified vendors for the cybersecurity certification that they have done. So from our perspective, they are pretty secure. And we have been using them for like the last 3 years or so, actually a little bit more than that. So far we don't have any particular problem.
Yeah, there hasn't been any breaches since you've used it?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No. Knock on wood, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and there's probably a higher level of authentication using digital signatures as opposed to in the past, and currently with downloadable forms, we're still accepting, of course, wet signatures, but there was nothing that would exempt somebody from forging a wet signature also. But with the digital signatures, I think there is a lot more barriers to somebody trying to forge a signature, just because we can trace it back to their IP address.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
If I could just
And-
interject, so that.
Yes, go ahead.
So you're just providing clarity on digital versus e-signature, is that right? And that there's more steps taken in the digital process, like you had shown, I believe, in your slide.
Yes, in Los Angeles County, really our baseline is to go only with digital signatures as opposed to electronic signatures.
Great, okay.
Um,
Yeah, thank you, Assessor Frank.
And Chair Gaines, this is Lawrence Liu from the Assessor's Office in Los Angeles County as well. And currently our protocol is to use electronic signatures because they are, I'm sorry, digital signatures because they are the most secure. But we are currently, the CAA and the Board of Equalization staff are working on authentication methods for the e-signature, the lesser stringent e-signatures. And that was part of the bill that we had from last year, the Assembly Bill 1879. So we're still working out the kinks of authentication methods, but obviously if we can make it as stringent as a digital signature, that's the best because that's definitely the most secure. But it's still a work in progress regarding e-signatures and the authentication methods that the BOE will approve.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Lawrence. I like your backdrop. I think that's Venice Beach, right?
Yes, sir.
But, so do we have Lisette also on the line?
Yes, Chief Cornejo is available.
Good afternoon.
Hello, hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Now, did you have something to add to it, or are we going to open up for Q&A?
I don't have anything to add about the e-signature topic. I did want to make just a brief comment about topic, I believe it's
go
number
ahead.
4, and under item recommending methods to encourage timely exchanges of information. We do find that a lot of continuances are happening, at least here in LA County, at the board due to a lack of information being exchanged ahead of time, and possibly a recommendation especially for commercial industrial properties, would be for the information that needs to be exchanged or the basis for the agent or the applicant's value that they believe it should be included with the application. That way it sort of creates, lowers that barrier, right? The assessor is able to know exactly where the applicant and the agent are coming from, and we're able to start that discussion ahead of, the case being scheduled. So that would be my only comment, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the office that needs to make a presentation before I open it up to the Q&A from my colleagues here?
No, I do not believe we have anybody else. Lawrence, do we have anybody else?
No, that was it.
Okay, I saw a hand earlier. I think our Deputy Controller had a question for you.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I had one question when it comes to the signatures. If a signer disputes a digital signature and the validity of it, is there a process, appeals process, or somehow method that proves or unproves that that person signed it or not?
Yeah, unfortunately, that might be something that we would need to discuss with BOE staff when the guidance is issued, because most of our staff, they're not forensic experts. They're not going to be able to determine whether a signature is fraudulent or not. Even with wet signatures now, we just have to rely on the information that's provided as if it was genuine. Obviously, if someone does at a later point come in and contest that they did complete a form, then we would probably have to direct them to local law enforcement on fraudulent activity. But in terms of the assessors ourselves, we don't have the ability to confirm or authenticate a signature other than the methods that are provided.
And then also the software, does it flag potential fraud signatures, or is it something that is brought up manually in a case-by-case basis?
I'm not aware of any fraudulent filings currently, because at least with most of the filings that come into the assessor's office, they're usually seeking sort of a benefit of some sort, whether it's an exclusion, an exemption, some sort of reduction in taxes. So nobody's been challenging saying I didn't have the right to receive a lower tax base or an exclusion. So I don't believe we have any examples of any sort of fraudulent activity that we detected and we would have to and had to handle it in any particular manner.
Understood. My very last question, LA County, you all presented earlier that an agent authorization form may still require a wet signature. Why is that?
I don't recall that statement being made. Are you referring to agent authorization forms for representing someone at the Assessment Appeals Board? Or
Correct.
Oh, so the assessor's office, we do not collect those agent authorization forms. That is a process that's vetted by the Assessment Appeals Board themselves. So if a taxpayer is being represented by an agent or an attorney of some sort, they need to register themselves with the Assessment Appeals Board. And so that's a process that they have. So I wouldn't be able to speak on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, I had one quick question for you. As we look at the LA County as perhaps, I guess, the largest infrastructure for AABs and assessor's office in the state, we've heard from, LA County's Assessment Appeals Board's representatives on the training place in LA County. What are the biggest areas for improvement in terms of the AAB member knowledge and expertise that you believe could be to improve with additional training?
I think I would have to share the same sentiment as to what Mr. DePasquale had testified to you all earlier. I think with general knowledge, I think most of the board members are there. They know how to conduct themselves. They know general appraisal. But when it gets to some of the higher technical aspects of appraisal, like possessory interest or intangibles, definitely those are, they're very unique topics, and it's not something that you would just know how to understand or even process the information that's being provided to you. So I think, possibly continuing education or some sort of specialized training in these more esoteric subject matters would be helpful in getting, the board members up to speed when they're listening to these high value cases that involve these sort of issues.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I think we're good, unless you have any other, or any of your other staff members have anything else to share. I think we're good.
Thank you for your time,
Thank
Chair
you.
Gaines and members.
With that, we'll move on to our next speaker, which I believe it's John Tudor. Is he also on the line? From Napa County.
Member Vasquez, I'm here.
Here, I see you now. Thanks for joining us. And I know you've been very involved with this in the past, so I'll give you the floor to give us your recommendations as we move forward.
Well, thank you very much. I want to point out that other than Member Schaefer's few years he has on me, I'm probably the only participant in the working group who has almost 39 years of direct experience working with the incredible staff and members of the Board of Equalization. And I really appreciate Member Vasquez and the other members of the board, you're giving us this opportunity. I'm going to be very brief. I want to talk, first of all, one point that has been discussed, and this is with my assessor hat on, not my Joint Powers Authority hat. In terms of the AB 1879 e-signature implementation, we've discussed, and I think it's been discussed with the staff of the board, that we would hope that the board would list the acceptable firms or platforms that would happen, and if counties wanted to use a different platform or an additional platform, they would get permission to do that. But it would be very much better for most of us, especially medium and small-sized counties, for the board to tell us which platforms they would like. And then I want to talk about the second bullet point under number 5, which gets me to my next topic, which is recommendations for future expansion of e-signature acceptance into the AAB process. So let me launch into, now I'm going to change my hat, if I may, Member Vasquez, and be here as the representative of the California County Assessor Information Technology Authority. Just a brief background for the members of the board. I've spoken to you before, but just to take a moment now. The Joint Powers Authority was created in response to the legislature providing funding to the assessors for provision of statewide software platforms that would benefit all counties regardless of size and whether or not they were members of the JPA. And I'm pleased to say we have just completed, not quite completed, we're in the final throes of completing our request for proposal and evaluation of the 4 vendors who have submitted their proposals to become the statewide portal for Proposition 19 base year transfer, Proposition 19 intergenerational transfers, and exemptions of all kinds, welfare, disabled veteran, religious, charitable, church, etc. We are down to the final choice, and we are now waiting from the 4 vendors for their best and final offer as to what they would propose in terms of their cost and the services they would provide. There is a chance, I'm not sure if it'll happen, that we may have a vendor by October 7th or 9th, excuse me, when the board of directors, I'm sorry, it is October 7th in the afternoon, when the JPA, the CCA, ITA board meets in Orange County at the CAA conference, and I hope that many of the board members here and your staff will be attending that. So what I wanted to mention about that was 2 things. There's been talk about a statewide assessment appeals portal, and I think that that is a wonderful idea. I think it's important to recognize that we receive the funding for the statewide assistance for assessors because we have proposed to the legislature a number of items which was interesting to them. The Department of Finance was aboard, and we have now received that funding. Not all of that funding will go to this first project that I hope will be launched later in October. But the point is that I think we are a model that the clerks of the board could follow in attempting to get funding for this. It would take the same effort that we did as the Assessors Association to reach the legislature, but I strongly urge, and I've been in touch with the clerks of the board over several years on this topic, including Mr. Yen from Los Angeles County and their current president and others. I'm happy to be one of the reasons I'm happy to be that is I'm probably also the only speaker today who was a member of a Board of Equalization, the Napa County Local Board of Equalization between 1973 and 1980. And so I have experience on both sides of the dais, and it's vitally important that we make that process better and that the local boards, of which there are a few left, and assessment appeal boards are able to perform the service they wish. So I'm offering, not on behalf of the JPA, but just as an assessor who's been around the track a few times, to work with the clerks of the board, with their legislative advocate to see if they can get some kind of funding and then tell the legislature, look, we have a model that worked. If this would be a JPA of the clerks of the board, not the assessors, but the assessors would, I'm sure, be interested in participating in what the clerks of the board Joint Powers Authority do, since we're one of the interested parties, along with those who apply for assessment appeals, and we would be happy to participate. I can't offer that on behalf of the association. I am not President Jeff Prang, but I'm sure if the clerks of the board are successful in obtaining funding and getting a JPA going, that I'm sure there would be cooperation between the assessors. So I just wanted to mention that, and that gets back to the second bullet point under the item 5. A statewide portal would be the perfect platform to get the expansion of e-signatures going into the AAB process. That would be the way that clerks of the board would have assurance with a vendor who would be using the systems that were approved either by the Board of Equalization or any other system as was mentioned by LA County to get that in place. Now, we first received funding. The JPA has been in place, I think, since 2023, and it's taken us 2 years to get to this point. Now, this is a major portal, not any more complicated necessarily than a portal for the AAB. It does exactly the same things, by the way, public facing so that assessment of applicants for appeals can reach in and use the portal. And it does all of the tracking behind the scenes, this in the case of Prop 19 and exemptions. So we have a perfect model. We have the organizational model in the JPA. We have the model, and I would assume the vendors who have applied for our portal, once there was funding and a clerk of the board JPA would be eager to take what they've learned through this process and apply it to a statewide AAB, which would, I hope, reduce the cost. So I wanted to just make sure that this model is reflected both with the clerks of the board, and I'm not a delegate, so to speak, from the assessor JPA, but I'd be happy to meet with the clerk's executive committee to discuss this further offline from this meeting. So the final thing I wanted to say, Member Vasquez and members of the board, was I have an idea about recruitment and this is putting my assessor and former local Board of Equalization member hat on. And that is the judges have this circuit riding system where retired judges sit in other counties all across the state. They receive compensation for that, plus their travel expenses, et cetera. And it was discussed earlier by several of the speakers on the clerk of the board. And of course, counties would have to agree to this, but my thought would be to have a pool of circuit riding assessment appeals board members who could appear anywhere in the state. They clearly would have the top training, the top experience. And I think it may take, I'm not sure to take legislation because as was discussed earlier today, I think the state board has been asked to clarify in their LTAs who can sit on a board under current law. I don't think residency in the county is necessarily required. But if that redo of the either an LTA or the rule or whatever within existing law would allow for circuit riding AAB members, I think that, and they don't all have to be retirees, by the way. Somebody could sign up to be a circuit riding AAB. I must say that it would probably be more expensive for a county to bring an AAB circuit rider member in for a specific appeal, but on these big complicated appeals, that would more than pay for itself to know they had a trained and experienced AAB member discussing, as Mr. Vinson said, these very complex appeals where you would have someone who has done them before and knows about them, and especially if they're in another county that has nothing to do with their own county or any experience they've had with specific other properties would assure a fair listening to and decision on those appeals. So I just wanted to throw that out as an idea for the board to consider as you digest what's been requested of you in clarifying who can sit on an AAB. This does not, of course, apply to local boards of equalization who have to be the board of supervisors. NAPA just shifted about 5 years ago from the board of supervisors being the local board of equalization to an assessment appeals board. Of course, an assessment appeals board is an extra expense, especially in the small counties. So those were the points I wanted to make, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you. I have one quick one before I turn to my colleagues here. You're mentioning, as you wear all these different hats, a suggestion of a pool of AAB members qualified to serve at the state level. And I think you kind of answered the question. You're not sure if that would take legislation. You think we might have the authority, since you've been on both sides of the dais, as you mentioned, is that something you think we have the authority to do?
Well, I'm not the attorney here, and I've never been one. I would refer you to Mr. Moon, of course, but my feeling is that, as was mentioned earlier today, there are qualifications for unlike a supervisor, which it has to be a resident of the county. There doesn't appear to be any specific residential requirement for an AAB member. It's more the qualifications they have. So my guess is, but that would be up to your staff and legal staff to come up with an answer. My guess is that a circuit riding panel of AAB members, say 20 or 30 throughout the state, who not necessarily would be full-time, there aren't that many, but as was mentioned by Mr. Vincent, there are people who have done this and do it outside of their regular occupations and would be available to come for 5 days or 6 days and return a couple of times for deliberation or whatever is needed to a small county or a medium or a large-sized county anywhere in the state.
Thank you. It looks like we have some questions here, one from our chair, Member Gaines. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Assessor Tudor. And I just had a question on these cases that where you have an AAB, and let's say they make a bad decision, or let's say they don't have enough people to serve on an AAB, and it goes to the Board of Supervisors, and they make the wrong call. Then that turns into litigation. Isn't that the next path?
Yes, unfortunately, Chairman Gaines, that is the next path. And we all work diligently, not only to avoid the hearing, as was mentioned earlier by Acting Assessor Monteverde. We have very few appeals in Napa County, and that's because we are very active in dealing with the applicants ahead of time to see if we can reach a resolution. Sometimes we can't. Unfortunately, in my 39 years as county assessor, I would say at least 60% of our appeals are by people who don't understand what's happening. And our county offers any applicant at the same time before they pay their $75 fee to file an appeal to talk to the assessor and our staff. And we've headed off a number of appeals that way by being able to educate people. But getting back to your point, that is the unfortunate consequence of a bad decision. Now, sometimes it's a good decision, but the applicant doesn't feel it's a good decision, and then it also goes to litigation.
Sure. And has there been any look at that cost of litigation? Let's say I'm thinking of the wrong decisions and the cost, those legal costs versus having a more robust AAB that has the proper legal advice and training.
Well, that's what I was saying, Chair Gaines. It's probably, we pay, I think, $200 a day for our assessment appeal board members in Napa County. And as was mentioned earlier by several of the speakers, compensation to AAB members, or as Member Schaefer mentioned, he didn't serve on the city council to get rich. And when I served on the Board of Supervisors, my monthly salary in 1973 was $700 a month. So, but you can't expect highly trained people who are willing to travel across the state to do it at $200 a day. But as you just mentioned, the investment of maybe $1,500 or $1,800 or even $2,000 in a good AAB member for a complex hearing could save tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just trying to get some perspective on that, so appreciate your presentation.
Seeing no other hands, I think that we're good. We really appreciate the fact that you were able to share your experiences wearing all the different hats. And I know we'll be in touch as we move forward with some of these recommendations.
I look forward to the next encounter, Member Vasquez.
Thank you. And with that, that actually concludes our speakers. Before we move on, I was wondering if we should take maybe a quick 5-minute break. I'm hearing, looks like we need to take a bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. I have 2:13, so what are we saying, about 2:18? 2:20? 2:20.
We have, I think, 2 remaining speakers, Mr. O'Neill and Mr. Waldman.
Yes.
From CADA.
We'll have you come up right after a short little break. Thank you.
This is going to be AI.
Looks like it. You can't tell nowadays.
Looks like we're all good with AT&T. We'll go ahead and reconvene here at 2:24. As we close out, as I'm looking at all these speakers we had so far, looks like we had everybody that was here to speak on item 2. So we're going to close out item 2. And to close it out, I'm going to ask Kathy if she would just call for public comment on this so we can close it.
Certainly. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line that would like to make a public comment regarding item number 2.
Certainly. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and then 0 on your touch-tone phone. 1 followed by 0. And no one is queued up. Please continue.
And there was no written comments, I'm assuming, on that one as well. All right. So we'll go ahead, close out item 2. Now we're going to go on 3. Before we close out 3, I'm looking at my list, and we still have 3 speakers that spoke earlier on item 2. And we're going to start from the top here with Thomas Parker. I believe he's still on the line.
Would you like me to call the item?
Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Call the item.
Item number 3 is best practices, AAB applications, and applicant resources.
And with that, we'll call.
Yes,
Thomas Parker, I believe you're still on the line?
I am, sir, yes.
You're on.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
All right, sir. Sir and board members, best practices, AAB applications and applicant resources. It's very important, I think, that the board find a way, working with local AABs, to address excessive or problematic appeal filings. One possible idea is that taxpayers and or their agents, be the agent a lawyer or a tax agent, certify that they have reviewed the opinion of value or issue of the applicant, and that it is not excessive or frivolous, for lack of a better phrase. Regarding simplification of the appeals application, that's been talked about a little bit before today by other speakers. If you look on the current application, it is a jam-packed form with a good deal of legalese, which as a lawyer I love, but it's not so good for those who don't have law school in their background. And there's a lot of information as well packed on that application form. That's not to say the information is not important. For instance, does the taxpayer intend to also make the application a request for a refund claim? Do they want or do they waive findings of fee, findings of fact for their appeal? Do they want a hearing officer where, if they are in a county where the county AAB system includes hearing officers? I realize not that many counties do, but there are some, like Los Angeles, that do have a hearing officer program, and Santa Clara County as well, for instance. So simplification would be very helpful. Now the question is, how do you go about that? The CCBSA is not supportive, certainly not at this time, of a separate application for a simplified application form, the equivalent of the 1040 EZ for federal income tax filings. And that's something that any decision would have to take into account. but whether it's a separate application form for identified simplified appeal bases, or it's the original form itself, I think the state board could certainly make a good faith attempt to simplify the form and make some very important decisions working with stakeholders on what core information on the current application file is needed and what's less needed. Regarding self-help resources on applications, it's already been talked about in this meeting today, and about clerks not being able to cross the line and becoming facilitators of putting an application together for taxpayers. So that makes the question of self-help resources difficult. Additionally, counties have varying resources, as your board has heard many times, but it is worth repeating. And what that really means in this context is where the average AAB clerk operation is, especially for small counties, is 1.5 employees out of the clerk's office, there really is no room in the county budget for a self-help program. So the importance of resources from someone other than the county budget itself, it really would need to be looked at before the self-help program is a viable option. If there is any option for statewide assistance financially, whether it's now or in better financial times for the state board support for that financial assistance would be great. In terms, I think those are my comments. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before I call up a couple of the other speakers that spoke before that want to address item 3, let me just go back and remind folks that'll be speaking in a minute that, we started this specific topic back in April, and in part, we heard earlier today from a couple of our speakers and testimony about the need for possible revisions and updates for assessments and appeals applications and our increased taxpayers' resources. And I think Mr. Parker kind of touched on some already. On previous topics for many of these issues, there's an existing framework that was already developed by the BOE, and the discussion here today is to supplement or enhance what we have, the existence that we have already in guidance and practices. But let me call back Ann Moore. Is she still on the line with us?
I sure am.
To add anything you might to item 3 before we close it out as well.
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Mr. Parker said. I think that we would love to have something like a guide and file or TurboTax like solution for applicants, but until that exists, the core challenge is the same. It's the complexity of the instructions and the lack of understanding about the appeals process and the different types of appeals. When we think about how many appeals that we process each year, many are incomplete or incorrect, and it kind of comes down to applicants not fully understanding what's required. And each incomplete appeal comes at a very real cost to all of us. Staff time spent reviewing these, rejecting these, corresponding with the filer, as well as the expense of postage. Most of the errors come from Section 5 of the application and Section 6. So Section 5 is just simply applicants knowing which type of appeal to select. And then Section 6, which is the reasons for filing, is probably the clearest example because it essentially asks 2 questions. What did the assessor determine that you believe is wrong, and what type of relief are you requesting? But that language in and of itself makes it inaccessible to the average filer. So I would agree that I don't think creating a second simplified form is the answer, because what I think we'll run into it is that then we'll run into the issue of them filing the wrong form. So that's just another issue or area where they're going to be confused. I think what is more needed is either a single application that's supported by more plain language instruction and educational tools. I wish there was some kind of decision tree or something similar to help guide applicants through what type of application to file. But also, you were speaking with a gentleman earlier about translation. Some of the materials, because of the complexity of language, yes, we have all these, wonderful new technological features. You can go into your Google browser and it will translate things for you. But what we found, especially as we work with translators on our staff, that the translation for more complex terms related to assessment appeals is not accurate at all. So the more simple the language is, the more plain language it is, the more likely it is that those translation features that are available to people are likely to be accurate. As far as the problematic filings, the excessive and problematic filings, I agree that I think that the best way to address those is to require applicants or agents to, at minimum, attest that they've reviewed the application and that there is a reasonable basis before filing. I'm not sure. I think we've all, mulled this over, how to solve this issue in any other way. But I think that would help at least deter frivolous filings while still protecting good faith taxpayers. So I think, the common thread here is accessibility. Applicants need clear instructions and practical tools. And if they have those, they're more likely to file correctly the first time, which improves the process overall for everybody.
Thank you. And I know on the line, we still have, I believe it's Alahikis. Is he still with us from Ventura County?
Yes, I am.
Before we close out item 3, I'll give you an opportunity to add. I think you had some comments on this one as well.
Yes, and just for reference, CCBSA will have comments on all 5 agenda items today. So just to frame this, our organization has put a lot of thought into making sure we give you the best thought out and thorough answers on behalf of the clerks of the board across the state. And that is one of the reasons our written response was submitted so late yesterday. So we have thought about each of these questions and debated them several hours amongst our colleagues in the state. So for agenda item number 3, our recommendation summary is BOE resources should be directed towards developing plain language, accessible self-help materials, improving application instructions, and providing guidance to discourage speculative or unsupported filings. These measures will improve taxpayer understanding, facilitate due process, and reduce county costs by minimizing errors, omissions, and unnecessary appeals. Our specific recommendations include embarking on a series of workgroup sessions focused on the sole purpose of improving the existing assessment appeal application and accompanying instructions, development of plain language self-help resources for taxpayers, and develop methods to address excessive or problematic assessment appeal filings. A clarified application form and instructions combined with accessible public resources would improve taxpayer understanding of the appeal process, increase fairness for applicants statewide, and reduce administrative costs associated with incomplete or erroneous filing. Importantly, this approach would avoid imposing additional duplicative forms that create confusion and add costs without solving the underlying problems. So just some points I wanted to elaborate on there. Many of our members participated the last time that the BOE staff undertook the interested parties process to revise and update the assessment appeal application. And we know from firsthand acknowledgement there were full day discussions just on some language to use in the assessment appeal application. So that's why we're recommending a series of focus work group sessions just on the application itself. As Ms. Moore mentioned, Mr. De Pascali earlier, professionals filing appeals aren't the ones making mistakes. It's the self-represented taxpayer applicants that are having trouble with these. And so we think really the solution is improving the existing application to make it easier for the average person to understand. We do fear that if there's two application forms, there's going to become more confusion about what the proper one is to file. If someone files the wrong one, there may be unintended consequences of losing out on appeal rights because they didn't know the right form to fill out. And just overall, we think it would be best to focus efforts on improving the existing form rather than creating a second form. Another comment mentioned earlier by some of the speakers was with the simplified form attaching documentation. We, as clerk of the boards, did not dive too deeply into that subject, but we would advise to approach attaching anything to the application as policy very carefully, because the clerk of the board has a fine line rule in being an intermediary between the assessor and taxpayer in exchange of information. And so if there was things attached to the application and the clerk of the board became taking on this new role of being an intermediary in that evidentiary exchange, we would want to make sure all potential consequences were thoroughly thought out. So we're not opposed to discussing that further, but as of right now, we can't take a position of supporting changing procedure to attaching something to the application. And so at this point, that would conclude our comments on agenda item 3.
Thank you. And with that, before I close out item 3, I wanted to see if I could bring up Melissa Ketz, who's here with us. If she would come up. I have a quick question for you, and then I don't know if other members might be asking. And she's the assistant clerk from Butte County. I know she's been patiently waiting here all day.
Oh, I'm having a great time.
Okay.
It's been a fun
Based
day.
on your experience, do you believe that developing a simplified application for single-family residents could help to relieve some of the administrative burdens for these folks?
And for clarification, are you speaking to having two separate forms or just a simplified form?
Potentially.
I have to concur with the CCBSA. I think having two forms would potentially cause some issues.
Okay.
So definitely I support a simpler form.
And it looks like the deputy controller has a question for you.
So simple, but not separate.
Correct.
Thank you.
Question?
And yes, Chair Gaines has a
Just
question.
to clarify, plain language?
Plain language,
Yes.
simple language. We run into that a lot. Many people do not understand how to fill out the form.
Mm-hmm.
And I think many people have stated that today. It's very much a real problem.
Very good. Thank you.
I think we heard you loud and clear. Go ahead. You want to share something with us?
I wanted to share something else. I know
Yes.
it's not related, so I don't know if that's okay.
Is it on item 3 or is it on another one of the items?
Maybe I'll wait.
Is it on item 4 or 5, you think?
I'm not exactly sure what item it was. It was regarding the sharing members from other counties,
We'll go ahead and share
neighboring
it, 'cause
counties.
we're going to close out item 3, so we're going to ask for public comment, so we'll put it under that.
Okay, just a quick note. I just wanted to make sure it was known. Back in April, I mentioned that we had a problem filling our alternate seat. Since then, our chair has resigned. So now we currently have 2 members, and that's it. We have one hearing from it's a big hearing, and our members do not agree. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that we're in the middle of it. We're living it. So we're trying to find people that are willing to serve, and it's not easy. So I just want it to be known that, if there is any consideration, you can take, I think we would be very much interested in, finding someone in a nearby a county that could come and serve and help.
So actually, what Ms. Tudor was talking about earlier, having a pool of possibly retirees from other counties that could travel would be definitely helpful and a resource for you folks.
Absolutely, very much so. We're in a difficult position. I had a board member ask if we could, if they could serve as the assessment appeal board. And I explained to him what the job entailed, and he quickly changed his tune. So, we're in a bind. So something like that would be very helpful for us.
I got two more questions. Well, it looks like three. Let me start with Member Schaefer at the end.
Yes, what is the pay for a day's service on the board?
That would be $75.
We
and
had
mileage.
a prior speaker that said his board was paid $200 a day, and he thought if it would be paid, $1,000 or up to $2,000, it would save really an overall a lot of money in getting, more experienced people. I mean, for $75 a day, you've got to get, even somebody who's retired can make 5 times that being a greeter at Walmart.
Mm-hmm. I agree 100%, and I wish everyone was paid the amount that they're worth. Unfortunately, being a smaller county, not a small county, a smaller county, we just don't have the resources. I mean, that's a very real issue as well. And I think I mentioned back in April, I am the county that has a staff of 1.5 people, not only serving the Board of Supervisors as my primary function, but also as the assessment appeals clerk. And that's difficult, especially now that my associate heard that I referred to him as half a person. It's very difficult.
Our deputy clerk, I believe, had a question, and then our vice chair, go ahead.
Yes.
And then our chair.
Recruitment efforts to make it a third person, like a deciding vote, or do you have any plans to fill that by the end of the year, and just how the recruitment efforts are going, or are we just in limbo at this point?
I do have some applicants. They do have to be qualified. We are working, utilizing social media. We're, trying to use kind of best methods, reaching out to our supervisors to get the word out. One thing that we do need to take into consideration is that we are kind of focusing on the retired community because they can be there at 9 o'clock. Their availability is so much easier. So how to connect with that community. I know someone brought up reaching out to people in the industry, reaching out to appraisers, reaching out to realtors. And that's another problem where we run into staffing issues. My 1.5, we have a really difficult time allocating that amount of effort to find applicants. We also have 45 other boards that we're trying to get people on, so.
And as we're floating in limbo, kind of floating in the universe, how much time lengthening are we seeing on some of these AABs not being processed and decided on?
Luckily, our board only has hearings from October to May. So our resignation occurred during that recess period. We do have a meeting starting in October where we will only have 2 members. So say we have, a roster of hearings set up, which we do, all of those people can request that they be heard by a full board. So we're gonna run into some issues. So it's my goal to get someone in that seat so we don't get too far behind. It's puts our assessor in a challenging position, puts us in a challenging position, and even the applicants.
Yeah, I bet. Good luck to you. Hopefully, we can be.
It'll all work out.
some
We'll figure it
resource.
out.
Absolutely. Fingers
But
crossed.
it would be great to have your help and your support.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has a question for you.
I saw a little bit of stirring among staff, and I was wondering if they had input as to anything that could be done under the current framework that we have to work with.
I was just checking with Mr. Young about where do we stand on the analysis of whether or not you have to be in the same county to sit on the board.
To my knowledge, there's no requirement.
Yeah, I think that's where I mean, if your board supervisor is okay with it, my next question would be.
As long as they don't have to serve, they'll be fine.
My next question was just, I was gonna come talk to you to
Okay.
say, do you have a neighboring county that you can get someone to help?
I'll have to talk to them.
And then my third question is, where do you stand on the 2-year requirement? 2 years to determine the value.
Where do I stand?
Yeah, where do the applicants stand? Are you?
I haven't run into any problems yet.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yet.
And I see Mr. Young kind of halfway into the game. Is there something that you'd like to add?
Thank you. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, for the record. This is actually an issue that we've contemplated, at least informally, on what it takes to serve on an assessment appeals board. With my limited non-JD research, I have yet to find a statute that requires residency. It does not mean there isn't one out there. It's just that we need a little more work in order to fully vet that issue. That is only one of two issues, though. If there is no such requirement, we have some options at that point, and we can either write guidance or we could start rulemaking in order to clarify. The other issue on top of that is the appointment process. Exactly what is required for the county to actually appoint somebody to their AAB. So while we may be able to address one, the other one will probably take a lot more research as to what it really takes to appoint, whether you can do a blanket appointment across the state, whether that will require legislative proposals, law changes and whatnot to do. So it is an issue that we have contemplated. It's just that right now we're not done with our full research, and there is a lot of moving parts to it.
Okay, thank you.
Question, can I follow up?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. So do we know what our timeline is for getting clarity on, because this is seeking a member from another county, right? We're trying to provide legal clarity through an LTA. So I'm just trying to figure out timeline as to when that would be available.
So the research that I have done is just singular, is my research. I have not yet involved a whole lot of staff into it. And of course, Mr. Moon, our chief counsel, will have to be integral in vetting the current laws and the interpretation thereof.
Can we get a timeline?
I will work on getting a timeline.
Okay. Through the executive director. Because we've got an issue right now in your county, right?
And I don't expect it to be fixed immediately. I know that this does take time.
Yeah, but if we could just have a timeline, I think it'd be helpful for the board to know that, and for, every county AAB.
Okay.
So, wonderful. And then I just had one more question in terms of meeting length for assistant clerk gets.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, how long do your meetings typically go, or?
Typically, we've had a minute all the way to, typically around 3 to 4 hours.
Okay. And there's no way to get additional funding from the Board of Supervisors on payment for members to serve?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
But I can definitely have that conversation.
Yeah, okay. Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
It looks
for
like we
your
got a
time.
full moon behind us here. Let me have them have an opportunity to weigh in here. Oh, you can stay up here. I think there's a couple.
Good afternoon. This is Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. I just wanted to add, just in terms of timing, it's even a little bit more complicated than what's already been discussed. And that is because in addition to the research that we need to do, part of that research is going to be whether this is an issue that can be handled, in fact, by an LTA, or whether we will actually need to do rulemaking or some statutory change. Or I suppose the quote unquote worst case scenario would be even an amendment to the Constitution, because there is existing section 16, which gives the counties a responsibility to equalize values for local property. And I'm not saying that it would affect that, but that's something we would have to look into.
That doesn't sound too hard. All right, thank you so
When
much.
you said constitutional, I really started
Just
focusing.
change the Constitution, it's
Gotta
fine.
Be careful, yeah.
All right.
And I think there might be another question from Member Schaefer at the end.
Is there a multi-county board? I mean, that's in some parts of the state where you just expand the number of counties on a board, which opens up your pool of possible members.
We don't have a multi-jurisdictional board. I don't think it has come up as an option strictly for reasons that were brought up previously as far as the administration of it, the cost of the administration of that. I'm a little unsure how that would work. So I think in my mind, having someone from a neighboring jurisdiction come out on an as-needed basis seemed like an easier thing to do. Apparently, it might not be. But it would definitely be something we could look into.
From another county to come sit on your board.
Correct. On an as-needed basis.
Oh, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yes.
Looks like our Deputy Controller has another question for you.
Yeah, just want to follow up, and I don't need a response from the Board of Equalization today, but in an emergency situation like you're coming up on, does it make sense, or if the board ever has in the past had somebody on staff qualified to be an AAB member that can be a substitute fill-in the meantime? And that's kind of the state deploying a resource to a rural county where a qualified member of the Board of Equalization can go and just kind of be a filler for the meantime until you guys get your staff that you need. And that's just something I'm going to throw out there, and hopefully we can think about. Thank you.
I didn't even think of that as an option.
That could still be a jurisdictional issue.
Were you referring to the BOE staff go out and assist?
Or county staff?
Or were you talking about the county?
BOE staff.
Oh.
Very interesting question, Deputy Controller Imran. Unfortunately, our law requires us to devote all of our time to BOE work. It'd be a conflict of interest.
Understood. Thank you.
I think we're good. I haven't seen any other hands up. Thank you for your patience and for sticking it out with us.
Oh, no, this is a great experience. I just want to thank all of you for making this an issue and having these workshops to discuss the issue. It's very much appreciated. And I'd also like to thank Brendan and Ann for CCBSA for bringing our issues forward. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. And with that should, excuse me, that should close out item 3. So let me go back to Kathy and see if there's any public comment on this before we close out item 3.
Yeah, we do not have any public comment, written public comment, but we can go to AT&T. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line that would like to make a public comment regarding item 3 on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 and then 0. 1 and then 0. Okay, and we presently have no one in queue. Please continue.
Thank you. With that, we'll have Kathy call item 4.
Yes, our item 4 is best practices, AAB scheduling and exchange of information and other procedures.
Thank you. Before I call up some of the speakers we've heard from already on this item, just want to remind folks that item 4 is related to the AAB best practices, including scheduling, exchange of information, and other procedures. Back in April, we heard testimony about some bottlenecks in the AAB process, including the rules to require the exchange of information between parties, the need for additional guidance and practices regarding good cause, and recommendations for best practices on scheduling appeals. As above, there is existing guidance on each of these issues, much of which has been referenced in our memo, and we are looking for some discussion and why these areas continue to create bottlenecks and how the BOE guidance on them could be updated or improved. And with that, I'd like to welcome back Mr. Parker, Thomas Parker, if he's still on the line.
Yes. Yes, sir, I am on the line. Appreciate the chance to speak before the board as always. First, in terms of very quick context for this issue of exchange of information, there is only one Revenue and Taxation Code exchange of information statute that is done within the context of an AAB appeal. And that's the section 1606 exchange of information process. But that's only triggered when at least one of the two parties makes a formal request for that the other side give information. Otherwise, it's not triggered at all. All of the other information exchange processes are through statutory schemes outside of the AAB process. The section 408, where the taxpayer can ask for information from the assessor. The 441D, where the assessor can ask information of the taxpayer. And there's also the 454 and the 468. Those are Rev and Tax Code section procedures solely between the assessor and the taxpayer. So really, there is very little, if any, direct control that AABs have over getting the parties to exchange information and allow for a meaningful hearing that is informative to everybody. The pre-status conferences help a little bit on the sidelines because they at least identify if the parties are or aren't giving information between each other. But there is no explicit authority for the AAB to act as a trial court would, say a superior court in normal civil litigation, where the court can direct discovery and make sure it's done and penalize people if they don't do what they're supposed to do. There is no such explicit authority given to AABs. So we have very little direct authority to do what everyone will say should be done, and rightly so. That is to say, the parties ought to early on, or as early as possible, be talking to each other, exchanging information, so they both understand each other's valuation case, and they can ideally cut a resolution which everybody can live with. But if that doesn't work, at least the hearing that ultimately results is a fully informed hearing, and the AAB has all the necessary information to make a well-informed decision, whatever it is. So under the current structure, there really is a very limited enforcement capability for AABs. to the extent there is any direct enforcement, and I'm using that term loosely here, it's built into, say, 441, where an AAB can give a continuance if information that wasn't given but should have been is suddenly thrown into the hearing. So the long and short of this context statement on this point is, unfortunately, there's not a heck of a lot of any forceful consequence that AABs can do to get the parties to exchange the information and start talking as early as possible. I wish I had a better statement to give to the board, but that's really the bottom line. As I said, pre-hearing conferences can hopefully encourage the parties to do what they ought to be doing, but no guarantee that that works. Regarding good cause, additional guidance is always helpful. Good cause, though, is a factual and legal determination based on the particular facts of the particular appeal. And so I think guidance, you can't have ironclad guidance such that you don't need to, AABs don't need to use their discretionary thinking. Scheduling questions, the CCBSA takes the view that, since, as has been acknowledged in the past and rightly so, scheduling is fundamentally the AAB's decision as a constitutional and statutory matter. Scheduling is such a varying thing. The scheduling that is required of Butte County, just recently discussed, is far different from San Diego or Santa Clara or Los Angeles or San Francisco. So I think the board, if they want to get into the guidance on good cause issue, which is a legitimate inquiry, by the way, I'm not pouring cold water on it, you need to remember that it's a very factually driven thing. As far as the development of statewide AAB portals go, that is a great idea, but it takes a ton of money to do it. And whether or not the money is available, it certainly is not available at the county level, is, I think, the biggest impediment. What the state board could do, if the state board wants to be supportive of that last point, if they could help get the legislature, especially when times get a little better in the budget world, to put money out to develop such a portal, that would be great. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll call up a couple more speakers and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues if there's any questions on this. Do we still have Ann Moore from San Diego on the line?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I think timely exchange of information is an ongoing issue. So whether it's the applicants or their agents who are requesting more time to gather supporting data, or whether they submit incomplete exchanges, either way, postponements follow, and each postponement doesn't just delay one taxpayer's case, it pushes back others that could have been scheduled in that same time slot. So I think it's an issue that we really need to address. We recommend that the BOE expand on the foundation of LTA 2018-055 by establishing additional guidance, especially as it relates to the determination of whether good cause or whether the exchange of information occurred within a reasonable time period. I think that's really the only guidance that we have right now, is that it needs to occur within a reasonable time period. And again, without training, I think our board members are unsure about what that entails. But I think just as important, guidance should explain how failures in exchange of information should be enforced or weighed when making good cause determinations. And then I know I touched on good cause already, but as I mentioned, right now the standard is unclear to many board members, especially those without legal backgrounds. And as a result, boards almost always err on the side of caution and grant postponement requests, even if it's, the third or fourth time, not necessarily because good cause is present, but because members don't feel confident denying them. So what's needed is BOE guidance that defines what good cause is for an assessment appeal, but maybe more importantly, what it is not. The guidance could build on property tax rule 323 and the related LTAs, but again, needs to be delivered with practical examples that can be incorporated into statewide training. And then finally, I want to address the idea of a statewide portal. I think this could be super valuable for small and mid-sized counties that lack the resources to build it and maintain their own systems. But I think it's a more complex issue. Larger counties like Los Angeles and San Diego obviously already operate dedicated systems that are capable of handling complex, high volume, multi-year caseloads. Our systems would not meet the needs of smaller counties and vice versa. So a one size fits all system is not something that would serve every county equally well. It's also important to note that simply providing a system is only half the battle. Counties must also have the training, technology, infrastructure, and staffing to support such a system to use it effectively. So developing a system is not just a one-time expense. It's going to come with ongoing maintenance and support costs. And for some counties with very limited resources, even a shared system may not truly be accessible without those additional supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still have Brendan Balajas still on the line?
Yes, I am.
We'd like to hear your thoughts on item 4 as we close it out.
Yeah, I'll be brief because what Tom and Ann said basically cover all of the organization's perspectives. We really, a lot of other solutions suggested on other items today have a trickle-down effect on the scheduling process. And we think a combination of reducing frivolous or unsubstantiated filings combined with better regulations on timelines for exchange of information will reduce the compounding effects on the scheduling process. And so it's really all parts of the process come together, and that's what's negatively affecting scheduling across the state. And so they pretty much covered all of our recommendations. Again, our organization is supportive of the BOE assisting in identifying funding methods to get smaller counties or a pilot program together for those that want to implement an electronic filing system. But because of the reasons Ann mentioned, any statewide mandatory system wouldn't be supported at this time because too many counties have already made significant investments in their own proprietary systems. And the final thought on this subject, Mr. DePascali earlier today mentioned bifurcating hearings into 2 different types of boards depending on property types. We want to cautious against one size fits all because smaller counties, like you heard from Ms. Kitts earlier, she can hardly find enough people to serve on one board. And so if we had to have specialized members for specialized application types, a lot of counties are going to have a much harder time filling those boards. We prefer to keep it where we can mix, where a board can hear any type of case. And those counties that want that specificity for who can hear what type of cases have already implemented local ordinances to do so. So we discourage a county-wide splitting of cases to certain boards because we think that's going to complicate things for our counties that are already struggling. And that completes my comments on this item.
Thank you. And before I close out, Melissa Katz, this is an opportunity if you need to, if you have any comments for us. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close this out, and I'll have Kathy check on any written comments or check with AT&T before we close it out.
Member Vasquez was, yes, I believe we had Chris O'Neill was going to speak on item 4.
Were you going to be on this topic? Oh, I'm sorry, come on up. I didn't have you on my list here. I know you've been sitting patiently waiting. I thought you were on the next item.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Member Vasquez. And for allowing us to come forward and speak on these varied topics, and also Chair Gaines and the rest of the members that are assembled here. This has been somewhat of a fluid process, so, and I apologize, my comments may flow into issue 1 or issue 3 or whatever, but I'll try to focus on issue 4, I guess. Let me first give you my background. I am Chris O'Neill. I am a shareholder and senior partner in the law firm of Greenberg Traurig in Irvine, California. Greenberg is a multinational firm. We have a team of 7 attorneys in California who handle state and local tax matters, 3 of which do property tax exclusively. I've been practicing law for 40 years, and 35 of those years have been in property tax. I am the co-editor of the West Publishing's Taxing California Property, the leading treatise on California property taxation available. I'm also a co-editor of the American Bar Association's Property Tax Desk Book, the California chapter. I have been plying the field, if you will, of property tax for many, many years. I can say I've been in hundreds and hundreds of Assessment Appeals Board hearings, and not on homeowner cases, on refineries, on mines, on shopping centers, on complex properties. I say that because there's kind of a great divide. There's 2 great divides in property tax. The first great divide is there's the homeowner case, there's the small office building owner case, there's the small shop owner case, and then there's the refineries and the amusement parks and the port properties, the complex, difficult properties. Those types of properties have very different needs when it comes to scheduling, when it comes to types of board members, when it comes to the whole process. And I'm going to address that in a minute. The other way that these break down is large county, small county. Large counties like Los Angeles, they have a lot of sophisticated board members. I practice there regularly. There are many lawyers who sit on the Assessment Appeals Board in Los Angeles, and in San Diego, and in San Francisco. The large counties have the variety of board members that you need to do a pretty good job. Now, granted, you know, they're not property tax lawyers, but they're attorneys, and some of them will understand due process. What is good cause? How does this system work? Not so much in the smaller counties. You probably don't have any board members who are an attorney, and yet you may have the 3rd largest oil and gas field in the United States in front of the board in that county, and they have no idea how you value on oil and gas property, so they do their best. Regarding counsel, every Assessment Appeals Board in the state of California has an assigned deputy county counsel. In some cases, like Los Angeles, it's a full-time counsel. In San Diego, a full-time counsel. In some cases, it's a full-time counsel, but he's wearing 6 or 8 or 10 other hats in county counsel's office. What do you do in that circumstance? And Mr. Emron, you brought this subject up. In fact, what happens in the small counties, and I've seen this happen, Inyo County, Mammoth Ski Area, huge assessment. What do? They hire outside counsel to come and sit as the board's counsel. So that's how you fill that knowledge gap if you need it. And then you can bring in, and I've had colleagues who have sat as a county counsel for an Assessment Appeals Board in those big matters. So let's move down the road. I want to address first, before I get into specifically scheduling and exchanges, the whole idea of Assessment Appeals Board members and training. A huge issue. It's been an ongoing issue. I like this idea that's been floated, and apparently in some of the literature today, training modules. Great idea, because someone needs to be able to explain to a board, how do you value a shopping center, right? They're in every county. How do you value large ag land? I mean, it's not really a lot of ag land in San Francisco. So What you could do is you could create modules to do that. I'm concerned about going and grabbing a module from a particular county, however, because that's specific to that county. And I think two things have to be borne in mind when you do that. You're going to get plenty of input from state board staff and assessors, but remember, you got to put the taxpayers into the picture too. Don't create a module about how to value shopping centers and leave out the taxpayers. And let me tell you why. Because there's right now a big ongoing controversy in property tax land about how you value shopping centers and department stores. Do you view department stores as big boxes like Walmart's now because they're disappearing? Or do you value them as department stores? And then the other big bugaboo, intangibles. How do you deal with intangibles in shopping centers? I have been at the forefront of the intangibles issue for 30 years. The Olympic and Georgia Partners case that came out 2 weeks ago, that's my case. We argued that in front of the Supreme Court. Most every one of the intangibles cases that's on the books published is my case, okay? So I understand the difficulties and the nuances, and it's not cut and dry. You cannot just create a module and say, here it is. If you do, you better have me involved, and I'm gonna say, there's this view and there's that view, and board members, you're gonna have to decide how to decide this case. So don't leave the taxpayers out of the process. Number two is, remember, your charge under Rev and Tax Code section 169, or it's 167, is to ensure uniformity and consistency in the application of the property tax laws in this state and the property tax regulations. If you go and adopt something that LA County did, it may not be suitable for Santa Clara or El Dorado or Imperial, right? So great, take the idea from one of the other counties, but it's gotta be consistent statewide because that's your charge. That, regardless of funding or whatever, you sit over this whole system and you have to ensure that it's all gonna be uniform because that makes it fair. That makes values consistent statewide and the way it's done consistent statewide. So let me move to the concepts that I'm assigned. Scheduling. That's Property Tax Rule 323, Assessment Appeals Manual, pages 97 and 98. Just prior to COVID, in 2020 and 2019, CADA led the charge to amend Rule 323 and to modify the Assessment Appeals Manual to deal with continuances and to deal with postponements. And that was summarized in LTA 20-033. Matter of fact, I led the charge. I wrote the draft of the rule. I wrote the language that was going to go into the Assessment Appeals Manual, most of which was adopted. I thought that we had also put in what is good cause. Apparently we hadn't, but sitting in a file back in my office is a one-page summary of what is good cause that CADA must have presented during that interested parties process back in 2019 and 2020. I am happy to supply that to the board and let that maybe be the starting point for talking about what is good cause. Yes, we do have to define what is good cause for a postponement because that impacts how your scheduling is going to work, how well your system works. It's been discussed by Mr. Parker. Pre-hearing conferences are great if they're used, this is Property Tax Rule 305.2, if they're used judiciously. If you bring the parties together and you say, hey, everybody, we are going to have a hearing on this date and this date and this date. Are you available? Is your appraiser available? Are you available? Your out-of-state appraiser, can he be there? This is what they do in court. We call it a trial setting conference, a TSC. You come in front of the judge says, everybody, we're going to have a trial on this date. You all ready? Because once I set that date, I'm expecting everybody to be here. Now, here's a practice that some counties engage in and others don't. In San Diego County, you're actually supposed to, when you get a hearing notice, you're supposed to let the board clerk know, I'm going to be there. And if you turn the form over on the back, it says, please call and confirm your appearance. In Riverside County, in the Assessment Appeals Board, you have to send back the form saying, yes, I will be there, or no, I won't be there, and asking for a postponement. That solves a lot of problems because when someone shows up, you didn't return the form, did you? Or you did and you said you'd be here and then you didn't come, right? Now, LA County doesn't do that because it's a very complex, enormous system. Fortunately, they've been able to find other ways to reduce their backlog. But one way to ensure there are no no-shows is have a form that says very clearly, are you going to be there or not? And the Riverside County Notice of Hearing specifically says, are you going to be there or not? Fill it out, send it back. So, and then if you don't, then the clerk is not happy with you. So, you know, calendaring homeowner cases, look, a homeowner case takes 10 to 20 minutes, okay? You can do 30 of those in a day. You put them all on calendar, those who show, you get them done. If you use a virtual calendar, virtual hearing format like in LA, you get many of them done all at once. Those, remember I told you about big cases, little cases? Little cases and homeowner cases don't clog up the system. It's my cases that take 15 days to try. And how they clog up the system is this. We show up and no one has told us exactly how many days we're going to get. We show up on day one. The board says, thank you very much. We get the introductions to the witnesses qualifications, halfway through my witness's appraisal report, and then we're out, we're done for the day. It's 4 o'clock, we gotta go home. Oh, we're coming back tomorrow? No, you gotta come back in, let's see. Oh, we don't know the date yet. We'll let you know. 4 months later, you come back, and then you do it, and then you're not done yet? No, it's gonna be a 5-day hearing. Okay, well, can you come back in 6 months? And we keep clogging the calendar. No Superior Court judge would do that. He would say, I'm scheduling this for a 5-day jury trial. You're gonna be here and you're gonna finish in 5 days. And there are a few AABs who will force you to do that. Or there are AAB clerks who will tell you, okay, I'll give you a block of days. But sometimes we get pushback. One thing that would help a lot is if we could segregate the cases, the complex from the simple ones, and then get clerks to say, how many days do you need? Use a pre-hearing conference to get us all to come in and agree. And then they say, you've got 7 days to try this case. You have 7 days. You don't have 8. And if you're gonna take less than 5, you better let us know. And you better be there with all your witnesses and no excuses. I would do that. I mean, every Superior Court judge and U.S. District Court judge requires me to do that. Why wouldn't I do it for an AAB? Larger cases, sometimes now we've said, is there a better way to do larger cases? And some people have said, let's have large case rules. Santa Barbara County has large case rules. Merced County has large case rules. Another one of the counties has large case rules. Those are really good because they force the parties to exchange it says in the rules, here's how you're gonna do your pre-hearing exchanges. It says you're gonna brief beforehand, and here's the briefing that's gonna come in. It says you will pre-mark your exhibits and you will get them in by this date. That's very helpful. I've suggested this before. Could we add to the property tax rules large case rules? Large case procedural rules, the 300 series rules? That could help. Other problems that have come up, and these have to do with findings and the hearing's over. Findings are written. There is a lot of variability in findings, and this is leading to a lot of litigation nowadays. I will tell you, I started this back in the early 1990s. We always did our case, decided it. Nobody went to court. There were very few cases that went to court. Now, there are many cases in Superior Court from AABs. And one of the reasons is, there's 2 reasons. One is legal issues now are in the forefront of many cases. Legal issues are the ticket into Superior Court, and that's why there are so many cases now in Superior Court in most counties. And many of those are my cases. Why does that happen? Because board findings are insufficient or inadequate many times. And better trained, here I go back to number 1, okay, these things all blend together. If board members could be better trained how to write findings, or if they would require that the board counsel oversee the process, and it varies. In some counties, board counsel writes the findings. The board then looks at them and says, we agree or we don't agree. And they tell the council, here's what we want, and then they're written. In other counties like Los Angeles, the findings are written by the board members. And that, of course, depends on the quality of the board member, their abilities to write, their abilities to put down what their decision is. And remember, they're writing a decision. Why? So a Superior Court judge can decide how you ruled. And if those findings are inadequate or unclear, that's a problem. okay? Because then, and I've got 2 or 3 of these now, Superior Court cannot decide how the board decided because it's too ambiguous and sends them back, okay? That does 2 things. One is it takes more time, and number 2 is, in some instances, it causes a motion for attorney's fees against the county because the county board did not adequately provide findings. Revenue and Taxation Code 11 is that funny? 1611.5 and 1611.6. That's requires it, that's the standards, okay? Let me move on to exchanges of information because I'm taking too much time, but there's only 2 types of discovery that occur in assessment appeals. One is well before hearing exchange, and they're not exchanges, they're information requests. Assessor requests under section R&T code 441, applicant requests under section 408. No specific time to respond. It can happen the day after the appeal is filed, or it can happen 3 weeks before the hearing occurs. No method of enforcing compliance by the boards, because the boards do not have power of contempt. The assessor can go through some processes to engage a Superior Court judge, but that's rather complicated and rarely happens. If you go to hearing and something that the assessor requested of you in a 441D request shows up at the hearing, the only thing the board can do, despite the language in the rule, is to postpone, okay? It does waste time. It's not a good thing. But let me say this, back in 2018, 2019, and 2020, and one reason CADA came forward on this issue back then was we also had 441D requests that would be issued, and an assessor would say, not enough information, I want more information. And the board would say, okay, no hearing, go back. And then here's some more information. Assessor again, not enough information. And you would get serial postponements because you were trying to meet an assessor standard that was too hard to meet. And basically, the applicant does not have to supply every single shred of information that an assessor wants to get a hearing. What was happening was boards were denying applicants due process and getting them to hearing in order to satisfy an assessor's specific request for a certain piece of paper that maybe didn't exist, or for whatever reason the applicant couldn't turn it over or just didn't want to. Now, that's the first type of discovery. The other type was talked about by Mr. Parker as a 1606 exchange. That is a mutual exchange. Once one side starts it, it has to happen at least 30 days before the hearing. The other side must comply, must respond. It's helpful because it does put the information out there that's necessary for a discussion about settlement. I almost always use a 1606 exchange. I've kind of trained assessors around the state that we're going to do this, and sometimes now they initiate the exchange, and it's helpful. It also includes penalties. If you don't respond, then you end up with moving the hearing off again. This is always going to be this way until they change the Constitution so that the assessors, AABs have the power of contempt and can send the sheriff out to arrest somebody or to do something because they didn't comply. Which, by the way, we've had assessors' offices tell taxpayers, if you don't comply, you're going to go to jail. And that's not the law. There's multiple steps that are required. You can't ultimately go to get in trouble, have a civil penalty for not complying, but there's multiple steps that have to be involved, and only a district attorney can bring an action against somebody to send them to jail, not an assessor. I think the system works pretty good, this process of exchanges, 1606 exchanges, as long as it's not abused. Now, we have an assessor in the Bay Area who, one member of that assessor's office, who says, I need your 1606 exchange. Okay, well, we've given you everything. You didn't give me the appraisal that you're going to use at the hearing. And we're like, well, we're not at the hearing yet, and I don't have to give it to you to the hearing until we're at the hearing. Well, then I'm going to tell the board to not schedule you. And again, exchanges are great to help maybe cause settlement, but you can't use it, you can't weaponize it. And this is what sometimes happens with these 1606 exchanges, they get weaponized. Pre-hearing conferences, by the way, in this whole area are great. And that's, if you look at the complex rules of counties like Merced or Santa Barbara. They use those pre-hearing conferences in order to resolve all the issues before hearing, just like a Superior Court trial judge. Is all discovery done? Are all the depositions finished? Are all your requests for admissions completed? Yeah. Is everybody ready for trial then? Yes, we're ready for trial. Okay, I'm setting you for this date. That's a good use of the pre-hearing conference process. Let me add one more thing. There was said that the assessment appeal application should be accompanied by the appraisal that supports the opinion of value in the application. One, just a practical problem, and it was hinted at by a clerk. The appraisals that I get for a complex property are about 250 pages. Can you imagine an AAB, a paper file system pretty much, receiving an assessment appeal application, 2 sheets of paper, attached to it is 400 pages. And then they're going to go put it in the file cabinet. How many more file cabinets would Los Angeles County need in order to hold all of those 200 to 400 page appraisals? Number 2, Revenue Tax Code 1609.4 says that the opinion of value that an applicant puts on an assessment appeal application is not binding for purposes of the board hearing, okay? It's a guide. Now, is it fair, as was suggested? Well, don't put 0, and I agree with that. That's a bit fraudulent to put, well, I think my property's worth 0. But you know, if I know that the market's down 25%, does it make sense for me to say, I think the assessed value should be 25% lower? I think that's fair, you know? So, but that's just a rule of thumb in order to put a number in there, and that's how I try to do my assessment appeal applications. I think those are my comments. I appreciate your allowing me to speak on this. I have been working in this field a long time. I do kind of have a body of knowledge, and I'm always happy to share it and help. Because I would agree with Mr. DePasquale, we generally get along. It's a lot better now than it was 10 years ago. We've streamlined a lot of things. We still have issues. But look at Los Angeles County. They're down to a backlog of 5,000. They used to carry 25 to 35,000 appeal backlog. So things are getting better all along. So I take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. I think we have our Chair Gaines has something.
I just want to thank you for your comments. You had, so many good suggestions, and I'm just hoping that that dialogue continues between the BOE and you and the AABs, because I think we have an opportunity here to get it right, or at least get it better. And so
I would agree.
I think we need your experience and wisdom. So thank you.
Member Schaefer, I think has some.
Oh, I was very impressed with your entire presentation. I'm so happy you came here today. It's also very practical. I don't know why we have to argue for its practicality. It's just that a lot of people are tone deaf. And I hope the board learned as much as I did.
I'm happy it was helpful, and thank you very much for your nice comments.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
You definitely gave us a lot to think about, and we'll include this, and we'll come back with the report on this. With that, that closes out item 4.
Yes, we do have a written public comment.
Yes, go ahead.
And we'll go out to AT&T as well. But let me start with our written comment. This was just received at 3 o'clock today. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jenny Ostroth, and I'm representing Digital Foundry, a California-based software consultancy dedicated to modernizing public services through human-centered design and custom technology solutions. In 2022, our team worked with the Los Angeles County to map assessment appeals board processes, identify key bottlenecks, and propose both procedural and digital solutions to improve efficiency and the taxpayer experience. That effort gave us a deep appreciation for how critical AAB operations are to ensuring fairness, trust, and timely property tax administration across the state. We have been encouraged by the spirit of collaboration and the testimony presented at these work group sessions. Ms. Tran's recent presentation highlighted the impact of virtual hearings, digital tutorials, data-driven scheduling, and multilingual resources in LA County. Her recommendations for an annual statewide training conference, an AAB registry, and monthly public education seminars demonstrate how counties can learn together and share innovations for broader impact. Looking ahead, we strongly support several modernization opportunities already identified by this board and by stakeholders. Development of a statewide AAB portal, modeled on the Prop 19 exemption portal, to unify and streamline processes across counties. As we have discussed with members of Mr. Vasquez's team, the ultimate question is the entity who would build and maintain this kind of system. If that is hypothetically COTB and there is funding allocated, the technology implied is a high impact and 100% doable given the functionality implied. We believe that there is value in tailoring this to the California counties' needs versus shopping for a solution that forces its own offering onto the counties. Expansion of digital training ecosystems, including virtual conferences and shared curricula to support consistent training for AAB members statewide. Simplification of the appeals process through online applications and interactive self-help tools, reducing errors and administrative burden. Wider adoption of e-signature and authentication systems to replace paper-intensive workflows. Establishment of cross-county data collection and reporting frameworks, giving counties visibility into closure rates, continuances, and hearing outcomes. Equally important, we believe that the regular cross-county forums like the monthly stakeholder meetings Ms. Tran described are the right venue to identify requirements and surface process improvements in a structured, collaborative way. Digital Foundry has experience playing a facilitator role in these kinds of sessions, helping counties capture requirements, compare practices, and translate them into actionable system specifications. Whether or not Digital Foundry is directly engaged, we firmly believe that shared digital solutions and standardized processes will reduce costs, accelerate resolutions, and enhance fairness for taxpayers across California. Thank you for your attention to this issue and for creating the space for innovation and collaboration that will strengthen property tax administration statewide.
I think you said it in the beginning, but who is that from?
From Jenny Ostroth of Digital Foundry. I believe they spoke at a previous hearing.
It sounded familiar.
Yes.
Thank you. Was,
No,
you have a comment?
now do you have comments or do you want me to go out to the AT&T line?
Let's do the AT&T so we can close it out.
Yeah. AT&T moderator, would you please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding item 4 on the agenda?
Certainly. For comments, please press 1 and then 0 on your touch-tone phone. 1 and then 0. Okay, and we have no one in queue. Please continue.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 5, best practices, AB 1879 implementation, e-signatures, and possible expansion to the AABs.
We're going to take just a quick 5-minute break. I think one of the members wanted to just take a 5-minute, and we'll be right back and finish the last item. So I had 3:42, we'll be back 3:47. Okay, we just closed out item 4. Now we're going to go on item 5. And if I can have Kathy read the item, and then we'll go ahead and start with our speakers.
Certainly. Item 5, best practices, AB 1879, implementation, e-signatures, and possible expansion to AABs.
Thank you. Last but not least is the item 5. Our final item is following up on another major issue, which was the focus of our meeting back in April, AB 1879, implementation of e-signatures and the incorporation of technology into the property tax ecosystem. This may be shorter than the previous ones. There are 2 issues we are hoping to get recommendations on, including, 1, recommendations on the BOE guidance on e-signatures and discussion on how the e-signature process can be incorporated into the AAB process. Regarding BOE guidance on e-signatures, it is our understanding that the guidance in question is intended to address what kinds of e-signatures are acceptable. And as to the second issue, while AB 1879 was aimed at assessors, we are hoping to get some recommendations from our participants about how they are or how they would like to incorporate e-signatures into their process. With that, I would like to introduce our first speaker back, and I believe he's still on the line, Mr. Parker. You still with us?
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think on this issue, all the details of the CCBSA position is set forth at pages 14 to 15 of the letter of September 16th, 2025. I will just hit some of the high points. As you noted, Mr. Vasquez, AB 1879 explicitly applies only to assessors, not to AABs. So AABs need clarification. They need interpretation of existing law regarding whether or not 1879 applies to AABs and the application process for appeals. The next point is a very technical point, but it's been touched on already by some testimony from the LA Assessor's Office earlier today. Digital signatures and electronic signatures are not quite the same in a technical sense. State board guidance being clarifying whether it's digital signatures or electronic signatures would be very helpful. Until all 58 counties have the ability, the resources to have an e-filing system, this is an issue which should not be made required statewide for very practical, pragmatic reasons. But where counties do have an electronic filing system, the guidance would indeed be very helpful to help those with the capability at the current time to implement some form of electronic signature acceptance. As a very general matter, it is a good idea. Unfortunately, real life is not yet there for any kind of state mandated e-signature / digital signature acceptance with all 58 counties. And I'll let Brendan speak to the extent he wants to on the points at page 14 to 15 of the CCBSA letter. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, is Ann Moore still available from San Diego?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
I'll try to be super brief, but I do want to mention that in San Diego, our county council has determined that current BOE guidance combined with AB 1879 creates enough ambiguity that we do not allow electronic signatures or e-filing on assessment appeal applications. I know that other counties interpret that same guidance differently, but that is exactly what Kate had mentioned when they said that there are inconsistent practices across the state. I think that there are 3 areas where BOE clarification could bring some more consistency. The first being terminology. LTA 2007-059 is generally what is cited for the use of electronic signature, but it uses the terms electronic signature and digital signature interchangeably. And as others have discussed today, they're not the same. Digital signatures require a much higher burden of authentication, and both come with a cost. Some platforms for digital signatures even charge by the signature, and so that can cause cost prohibitive. That can become cost prohibitive for some counties, even larger counties, just based on the volume of their filings. As Tom mentioned, AB 1879 gives the assessor specifically discretion, not the clerks. So I think clarification that the clerks may accept electronic signatures would be especially effective. And then as far as authentication goes, both AB 1879 and the LTA mention authentication, broadly. Paper filings with wet signatures can come in the mail and require no authentication. If we question the signature, then we will set it for a validity hearing and have the party come in so we can validate that. I think that if we're going to require authentication of electronic signatures, that we need to do so at this, to create the same burden and not more so, because otherwise what we're going to see is that counties with resource issues are just going to default to paper filings because it is less costly. There, as a whole, for clerk of the board, yes, of course, there's always risk of with e-signatures and digital signatures, but it's not the same level of risk that the assessor's processes hold. So the lower burden of e-signatures for clerk of the board could be much more appropriate. And that is all I have. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share San Diego's perspective. I think that clear guidance from the BOE on all the topics today will improve equity for these processes across the state. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with us. And with that, let me go with, do we still have Brendan Balakis with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
All right. So CCBSA recommends that the BOE issue clear statewide guidance on the implementation of AB 1879 to resolve ambiguities in the statute and LTAs regarding authority, terminology, and authentication of electronic signatures. Specifically, guidelines should clarify the clerk of the board's role in accepting electronic signatures on AB applications, adopt the statutory definition of electronic signature to avoid confusion with digital signatures, establish baseline authentication standards, and authorize a validity hearing process for disputed findings. These actions will reduce uncertainty and inconsistency across counties, ensure equitable treatment of taxpayers, and allow AB 1879 to achieve its intended modernization benefits without requiring BOE to manage case-by-case clarifications. Our recommendations in this area include BOE issued clarity on how AB 1879 applies to the clerk of the board in the context of assessment appeal applications, define terminology precisely for electronic signatures and assessment appeal settings, establishment of a baseline signature authentication standard, clarify the validity hearing process to include determination of validity, validating electronically signed documents, and provide clarity on the use and procedures for electronic signatures on agent authorization forms. Clear BOE guidance will harmonize implementation of AB 1879 across counties, ensuring consistent treatment of taxpayers. And so, as Ms. Moore was saying, this differs county by county across our membership of which county's legal counsel says BOE guidance is enough, we can't have electronic signatures, and which counties have the opinion of San Diego where it can't. And so like our request for clarity on who who can and can not be a board member, we think it would be helpful for BOE to develop guidelines on what clerks of the boards have available for them for electronic signature. Is existing options sufficient? Do things need to be changed? Because there's just a myriad of different guidelines on electronic signature. Further, earlier today, Deputy Controller Ehrman asked about the wet signatures on the agent authorization forms that LA County brought up in their presentation earlier on. That comes from the California Business and Professions Code, which regulates signatures on agent authorization forms. And so there's this whole nother non-BOE process that is then tied into agent authorizations. And I'll let our legal representative, Tom Parker, talk on that more if he wants from the legal perspective, but that's definitely an area where the BOE staff would need to dig into is what is the permissibility of electronic signatures on agent authorizations? Are the existing rules sufficient? Do we need to modernize the rules? Because that one area of the Business and Professions Code comes into play on agent authorizations, and a lot of counties differ on how they interpret that. And so, and I'm not sure if a CADA representative plans to speak on this subject, but we'd also be curious what their position is on, how agent authorization signatures electronically could work because of these varying guidelines. So with that, in conclusion, on behalf of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, we thank you for the opportunity to present our positions to your board today, and we welcome the continued opportunity to engage in discussions that move us all forward. That completes my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker on this topic is Paul Waldman from CADA. Welcome.
Thank you, Vasquez, for putting this together. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I really appreciate the process here. A lot of what I'm going to say has kind of been said, so I'll just highlight a few of the things here. I also really want to thank Mr. Vlahakis for the paper that he submitted recently. Really, I thought very well covered a lot of these issues. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to read what he wrote on there, but a lot of what I have to say is what he said. I thought he did lay it out quite well. A couple of the big issue, as everyone is saying, is what is an electronic signature? There's a lot of names for it. There's a digital signature, there's an electronic signature. I know that at the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, they talked a lot about the facsimile signature, right? Which I think is what we're calling an electronic signature here, right? So that can be anywhere from, someone signing it and scanning it, sending it in, right? That's kind of a facsimile signature. It could be an Adobe where you type it in the name. Or Adobe Acrobat also has the ability to digitally sign it, so it's a digital signature. Or you can have like that fancy cursive script, right, and put that in there to show that it's a signature. You can also have an image of a signature that you insert into the document, and it's an actual signature that was copied and turned into a digital file, right? So that would probably, I assume that would fall under an electronic signature category. So you have a lot of different options for doing that. But really what I think a lot of it comes down to is, number one, and Mr. Liu earlier said this very well. He said, most people are trying to receive a benefit here, right? And he pointed out that he has never seen any examples of fraud when it comes to a signature. And I think that's key here to remember what we're doing. I feel like we're trying to fix a problem that maybe isn't there, right? With all the authentication and the levels of security. A number of people have pointed out there is no authentication required whatsoever for a wet signature. And yet now we're saying, all right, well, for an electronic signature, we need these 8 levels of authentication, and it has to go through this process and that process. And, you know, my argument is kind of, you know, are we trying, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying, is the goal with electronic signatures to create better security from what we had before? Or is it to try and create an ease of process, right? And I assume we're all generally on the same page, and it's really the second thing, right? We're trying to create an easier process here. And so as I think it was Ms. Moore just pointed out that, you know, do we really even need those levels of authentication with a digital signature? You know, I would urge the board to simply provide guidance that, you know, any electronic signature can be considered a signature. It signifies an intent to sign it, right? Anything filled into that signature box, to me, indicates an intent to sign it. And if there's a problem, and Mr. Vlahakis pointed this out in his paper, was there should be a robust process for a validation hearing. But certainly only if there is reason to believe there's something wrong with that signature, right? So if there's reason to believe there's a problem, there should be a process to validate it. But I believe that's kind of as far as it should go. You should kind of err on the side of, you know, there's a signature of some sort in there. I think there should be the assumption that there was an intent to sign it, and only if there's a reason to believe there's a problem, then you pursue that authentication. And the authentication can be, you know, people talked about a paper trail. Maybe it can be an email, right? You know, an email to the client, you know, requesting a signature, and an email back saying, here you go, with the attached document and the signature. You know, that could be the follow-up if needed and necessary. Check one more thing here. Okay, one of the things that, you know, and I had mentioned on our call, we talked about, one of the problems is we don't know what counties do what. And we had suggested potentially a survey of the counties. You mentioned that those don't work out so well. And Mr. Vlahakis pointed out, he said, well, this could be easily accomplished by the annual assessment appeal application. He wrote, with regards to, this can be accomplished as part of the annual assessment appeal application certification process. The problem is, one of the other issues that we've run into, and I've mentioned this before, we've generally been talking about the Assessment Appeals Board with regard to electronic signatures. But there's also an issue with the assessor. And a big example of that is personal property filings. We touched on it a little bit with letters of authorization. And I agree, I do think the letter of authorization definitely needs to be looked at as well. And I'm not familiar with the legal language of I think it said it was the CVP, was that needs to be looked into. And I think we should very much look into that for sure. With regard to 571L filings, that's purely an assessor function. And it would make everyone's life a lot easier if there was a much broader acceptance of a simple e-signature, digital signature, facsimile signature, whereas, you know, some require wet signatures. And part of the problem is, and I've said this in the previous discussion, you've got so many processes when you're filing, right? You've got online filing processes. And for online, you've got the SDR process, which is the batch operating system. You have the ESDR process, which is the individual filing system. Both of those were created by Webster Guillory many years ago. And I believe the number was something like 36 of the 58 counties have adopted the SDR, and some number of those have adopted ESDR. Some counties use a third-party program called Megabyte. Some counties don't accept any of it. And so what happens is when you have professionals who file many returns, dozens of returns, hundreds of returns, sometimes thousands of returns, if they have to do some with this process and some with that process and some with this one and some have to do by hand and some do this way, it's not worth it. It becomes too much of a headache. And so you do them all by hand. You do them all by paper. And what that does is that creates a much bigger burden for the professional, but more importantly, a much bigger burden for the county. Because now instead of getting electronic filings, they're getting paper filings that they have to go through, right? And with wet signatures that they don't have to authenticate, right? That's one reason why I do think that the electronic filing system needs to be improved, and that would improve the e-signature issue as well. But more specifically to what we're talking about today, as far as guidance, I would strongly urge the board to find some way to provide guidance that really any kind of electronic signature should be considered and should be accepted unless there's some reason to doubt its veracity, at which point there should be a validity process. And one last thing I forgot to mention with regard to 571Ls, there are some counties, I know of at least one, and I think it's two, that require a wet signature. And if you digitally sign it, and you file it on the deadline and you sign it with an electronic signature, they will issue a 10% penalty because they don't consider it signed. And that's a problem. That's a big, big penalty because they don't like the way you sign the form. And that's really, I think, one of the bigger pain points of this whole electronic signature issue and why the whole thing kind of needs to be cleaned up and gotten passed. That's really all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I think we're good. Appreciate for your comments and suggestions.
Thank you.
With that, that was the last speaker on this topic. Kat, do we have any written comments on this? I know we did on the other one.
Yeah, we do not have any written comments, so we can go out to the AT&T moderator.
Yes.
All right, AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone on the telephone would like to make a public comment regarding item 5 on the agenda.
To make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0 on your touch-tone phone. And we presently have no comments. Please continue.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to give some, I'll do some wrap-up comments, and then I'll open it up for my colleagues if they want to do any wrap-ups before we close this out. First, I guess I just wanted to thank all the participants who attended here today. We know that we had a lot on the table here for discussion, and I think that we received a lot of critical testimony which can move these issues forward, especially on, I'm looking at the 3 main topics. On topic 1, we heard some recommendations about actions we can take to improve the AAB member recruitment and training, such as 1, providing guidance on out-of-county members, and 2, increasing communications about the access to the BOE trainings for the AAB members. On topic 2, we heard about some ideas to improve the assessment appeal application process through 1, identifying aspects of the current application which create the most taxpayer confusion, 2, seeking out ways to supplement county-provided taxpayer resources, and 3, sharing best practices on the how to address problematic or excessive filings. On topic 3, the participants testified that there are some common bottlenecks for the appeals process which could be improved, such as 1, facilitating the earlier exchange of information, 2, encouraging AABs to understand and apply good cause standards, and 3, considering updated guidance to encourage scheduling coordination between the parties where appropriate. In light of our discussion today, my team will include specific and actionable recommendations as part of the summary report presented hopefully by our next meeting. These recommendations will be put before the board for adoption and then adopted if directed by the board, and then we'll present them to our executive director, Ms. Stowers, for agency, for some action, staff action on these items. With that, let me just open it up for any closing comments from my colleagues, and I'll start with my Vice Chair, Lieber.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank you, Mr. Vasquez, for bringing this very meaty topic forward, both in April and at this meeting as well, and your staff for all the legwork on getting these speakers and all the speakers who appeared before us today or made communications with us before the meeting or in the interim between the two hearings. I know that I took a lot of notes, and it's going to take some work to associate the topics that each of the notes were on. And then I want to go back and listen to the April hearing as well, and make sure that I've encompassed everything in my thinking about it. I do feel like there are many ways in which we can improve the process to make sure that taxpayers in California are given a fair shake at having their say and putting their case forward, and having it not be in such arcane language that they have a difficult time being able to communicate their views and feeling like they've been heard through that process. And so there's a lot here in terms of the workings of the machine, from the AABs, the clerks of the boards, the advocacy community, the taxpayers themselves, and I'm sure that I'm forgetting one major part of it in saying that. But suffice to say, make sure that we really take into account all of those who have an interest in this, which is basically all Californians are impacted by it. So what I'd like to suggest is I need a little bit more time to encompass my thoughts. So, and I'm sure that we can get input from staff, but I'd like to kind of aim for November or December, depending on our appeals season and other kinds of factors, because I know that by the next meeting, I won't be ready with my background work to speak cogently about it or to receive communications. We got a very good breakout in writing from the clerks of the boards, and so I want to make sure that we have time to also get follow-up communications in writing on all 5 topics from other folks who have come forward too as well. So I don't want to give undue weight to somebody who got us a nice big white paper before this hearing. But again, I think this is really a great exploration of the issues, and I'm looking forward to our next steps on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Member Vasquez, for a very thorough review, and looks like opportunity for some recommendations and resolution for a lot of challenges with AABs. And just a few things that stuck out in my mind was BOE clarity on the use of AAB members from another county. And I think I'm focused on that because Butte County has an issue, and I know that our executive director's working on that, so I appreciate that. And then secondly, use of simple language and the updating of existing AAB forms seem pretty clear, those issues by several of the speakers today. Review of good cause. Chris O'Neill mentioned that he had a one-page description, so I'm hoping that that would get to the BOE. The BOE will review it and put their input into it, edit it if they felt necessary, but that kept coming up, this definition of good cause and how important that is. Fourth would be AAB rules for digital signatures and then the corresponding e-file system that those counties would need as they move forward on a per county basis in that regard. Number 5 would be LTAs in other languages and other, I guess, other information. They were talking about some rules. So was it 800 and 801? I'm trying to remember, but just to make sure that that's all updated, regardless of what the language is, people are reading the latest edition of that. Number 6 would be better definitions in simple language. 7 would be legal counsel with AAB-related experience. All of these are things that certainly are goals. To what extent we can actually make these happen. You know, I think you're going to have different results in different counties, but we can strive towards these things. And then number 8 is more AAB self-study opportunities. There's mention of training modules. And then I think, again, for citizens that are going through this process, that we make it taxpayer-friendly. And all that's related to simple language and making sure we have things defined for folks. So that is my input, and thank you for a great study and discussion today.
No, thank you for hanging in there. I know we went a little longer than we expected here. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I want to thank you. I want to thank your office for all the hard work you have done. I want to thank the members of the public, those both online and in person that have come today. I also want to thank the BOE executive staff for sticking in there with us as well. Now, the work starts here on the BOE, seeing how we can continue to make this an easier process. And I'm looking at what our training modules will look like if we develop those, the LTAs, how many LTAs are we looking to put out, and also how we get involved in the appeals resolution. So it's a lot of good work to be done. I'm excited also next month we're hosting our assessors here and getting them involved in the process and just having their ear and resources available too. It's good to see Mr. Tudor as well. But I'm excited, and I think we can really end this year on a very strong note, because this is certainly one of the biggest work groups that I've been a part of. And now it's up to us to really carry this home. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I just wanted to thank all the participants that we had today, both in person and on the air. And several of them I know stayed on throughout the whole day. I really appreciate that for those that were able to do that. And after this first meeting in April, I think, we got a good start or a good foundation. But in listening to a lot of the folks, a lot of people really went back and took this very seriously and spent some real good time, as I look at some of the written material. Some of it we got just late. So, but at the end of the day, I'm thinking now that the vice chair mentioned that maybe it's a lot to take in. So maybe we'll push it to November. I don't know what our agenda's like, but whether it's November or December, we'll try to bring back the action items. We'll put out, from our office, we'll put out our recommendation, and then we'll open it up, because I'm sure my colleagues will have other suggestions as well.
Yvette Stiles.
And I see the executive director. Go ahead.
We do, I appreciate the topic today. It was very good. I appreciate what Ms. Lieber said about maybe November, December, just kind of looking at all of our calendars. And we have a full calendar for October. We are moving into appeal season. And when it comes to the recommendations, based on the board work group charter, the chair of the work group staff will be writing a report, but they always send that report back to the executive office for review. And that review would take place from my team, legal and property tax. And they're quite busy, so I really would appreciate a November, December time to present it to the board.
So I'm open, so I'll leave that up to the chair. I know as you're looking to plan the agenda, you let us know where it fits in, whether it's November, December. We'll kind of, I'll have staff, we'll shoot for November, but if it turns out it happens December, that's fine as well.
Yeah, I'm open to that as well, too. And I encourage all those who haven't, maybe you missed something, or maybe you want to continue, dive in a little bit, please submit it in writing, too. I promise we look at every page and we read everything, and I think that'll be helpful as we formalize a final plan. Thank you.
And in closing, I just wanted to thank my staff. You know, I know I had them working hard, you know, Chris, we had Alex and Juan here, Jomil and Jean were not with us, but did a lot of the prep to get this all done, and just coordinating several of these speakers. I know the interest from all the folks that were back in April, I was surprised they all wanted to come back. We actually had other folks that wanted to chime in as well. Vice Chair, I think you had some comments.
Well, just one follow-on comment. Several times during the day when we were talking about, you know, needing clarity on legislation or areas of policy where there really isn't statutory support for the BOE to necessarily take a complete action on it. You know, we're going to be going into a new legislative year. And so perhaps we can be thinking about that as we kind of chart out the map of how we could make some improvements in the system. That's always a possibility that's there as well. So thank you again, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you all. And with that, I guess that officially closes this thing out, our meeting. And then we'll be coming back on October. What's our date, October? Yeah, somebody have that in front?
October 21st and 22nd.
October 22nd and 23rd.
No, 21st.
Oh, 21st and
22nd.
22nd of October will be our next meeting. So, thank you.